Good morning, members. The committee is resumed. We are on the Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill. When we suspended last night, we had concluded the debate on Part 1. We come now to Part 2. This is the debate on clauses 5 and 6, amendments about transitional savings and related provisions and the schedule. The question is that Part 2 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. I appear to be very eager this morning.
Very keen.
Thank you. So as you've just said, Madam Chair, Part 2 relates to 2 clauses, as Part 1 was just 1 clause, and we also have the schedule included. These provisions are transitional, and it's important that we note that through the schedule, there is retrospective effect to this legislation. And we know that there has been no regulatory impact statement on this legislation. And so it would be useful for the Minister to comment on the need for it to be retrospective and what advice he's had on the implications of that retrospectivity. Given that it is retrospective and it's unusual for legislation to be retrospective, I say that as if it's, that's the constitutional norm, but this is the second piece of legislation that's going through this House under urgency. We're still in the House on the 6th of May. I don't even know what the real date is in the real world, but we're here on the 6th of May, and this is the second bill under all stages urgency that has a retrospective element to it. And I wanted to say in the previous bill, and I'll say it for this one as well, if the Minister can justify that retrospectivity, but also if the Minister would consider some sort of review provisions for this piece of legislation that is going through under all stages urgency. So it could be, and we can come to this in the commencement debate, that the bill doesn't commence until some sort of review is undertaken, or it might be that the bill goes to something like the Regulations Review Committee, for instance, for a review post-enactment, and that there is a trigger for the bill coming back to the House if that Regulations Review Committee or other review body thought that there was a need to do that. And why that is important, Madam Chair, is because there's been no select committee process on this bill, and there's been no opportunity for members of this House who are not part of the executive, who are part of the Parliament, to ask advisors questions. And we've heard a number of times in the second reading speeches and first reading speeches that Parliament is sovereign. And indeed, Parliament is sovereign, but at the moment, when we have all this legislation, avoiding that select committee process and the opportunity for members on the opposition side to do their job and ask advisors questions about what the executive is putting in front of them, it becomes the executive being sovereign. That is what we have at the moment. The executive is pushing through these things. And we had a debate in real life yesterday on Part 1 about some phrases in the Act. And I promise, Madam Chair, and to the rest of the House, that my concern was a real interpretation concern. And I think what will happen is that this bill will come back to the House because it just doesn't make sense to me. So that is why I'm asking if the Minister can commit to some amendment that he could make now in committee stage that there will be a review of these provisions so that they can be appropriately considered by people who have a little bit more time. They're not staying up till midnight and then going to select committees at 8 a.m, and they can actually pursue these questions. That would be a very sensible thing to happen. So please, Minister, will you consider that? I'm helpful to table amendments if, I'm sorry, I would wake up. I'm very happy to table amendments if that would be, if the Minister indicates that that would be helpful. I'm sure we can do that now, but I would be interested in both the justification for the Minister for it being retrospective and any comments on review provisions and potentially amendments to clarify, or to make sure that there is actually a review.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just begin by emphasising the need, as Rachel Brooking has pointed out, for a review period, because what we see in Schedule 1AA refers to potentially a large number of projects, perhaps some that are active authorisations, some that are underway. And it is important, given the retrospectivity of this, that there is a review period. The second point that I want to make and question, Madam Speaker, for the Minister is about the number of those projects. Now, we've seen, as I've mentioned previously in this debate, there is no RIS. There is no proactively released cabinet paper, so we don't have a huge amount of detail that previously or in other situations where this not being passed through all stages under urgency, we would have had access to. I have seen some media reporting that basically says that in the past 12 months, DOC has granted 85 similar permits to project applicants, and that in total 315 applications are underway where a Section 53 permit or authority could be granted. So my question would be whether the Minister can confirm those figures, and also whether Part 2, Schedule 1AA would then apply to all of those, the 85 plus the 315 that are in train as well. The third point that I want to make, Madam Speaker, is in lieu of a select committee process, all we have, previously we would have had submitters, many of whom have done a fair bit of work in this space in terms of reviewing the Wildlife Act and making suggestions on what should be changed within the Act. We would have ordinarily heard from them through a select committee process. We, of course, haven't, given that we are sitting in urgency. And so all we have to go on are some of the press releases that have been put out on this particular piece of legislation. And I do want to check. There is one from the Environmental Law Initiative, of course, the lawyers who took the judicial review, or judicially reviewed the decision, who have said that basically it increases the burden on those who are, I guess, pushing those projects through, the 85 and the 315, if in fact those numbers are correct. And I would be keen for the Minister's view, given what's in Schedule 1AA, whether he agrees that it actually does increase the administrative burden both for DOC, but also the legal tests that now those projects have to be put against. There was also another comment, I can't find it in front of me at the moment, but there was a comment around the fact that potentially what DOC should have done, and again, it's just been 2 months since the High Court ruling. That is a point that we've made before. There hasn't been a huge amount of time. Had this been either delayed a little bit, or had there been a slightly lengthier process in some select committee process, there potentially could have been time for DOC to then go through the cases on a case-by-case basis. We are here because the High Court ruling ruled that in that particular case, the Mount Messenger bypass case, what happened there, or the authority that was given under Section 53, didn't actually meet the purpose of the Act, or the Wildlife Act, as it was written back in 1953, and therefore just this carte blanche approach to now changing the law to change ostensibly the purpose of this Act so that the permits that were given retrospectively will now be legal, does not necessarily mean that those who are shepherding those projects through have taken reasonable steps to protect biodiversity. So there is an argument put forward that what DOC should be doing is to look at those 85 cases where there is legal uncertainty and try and work out whether reasonable steps have been taken to protect biodiversity in each of those cases. And I would really like to know what the Minister's view on that is, but also what advice he received on that point. Is that something that DOC could actually have done? Was there consideration around the time period that would have taken for DOC to be able to go through all of those cases on a case-by-case basis?
I call the Honourable Tama Potaka.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Wakey, wakey, it's a beautiful day. Right, in response to some of the questions that were made, I'll just start off with the numbers. I think member opposite mentioned about 85 that were issued in the year leading up to the court decision. I don't know the exact number for the 12 months or the 7 months leading up to the decision, but under the proposed provisions, all those that were decided and issued, all those authorisations up to the date of the court decision will be validated. The numbers I mentioned last night are about right. There are around 500 existing authorities that could be impacted by the decision, and of course there are a number of permit holders with significant concerns around whether or not they're acting lawfully. And that's not just those in the development or the, let's call it, economic space, but it's also those in the environmental space, pest control and other things. So for us, it's absolutely critical that we restore the universal understanding of the arrangements around the issuance of permits and authorisations for DOC purposes, but also the exercise of the permits and authorisations by those who are permit holders. There is a low risk, and acknowledge the concerns about retrospectivity that's been shared by members opposite. There is a low risk of unintended consequences because everyone who was applying for these authorisations and permits, and also DOC on the other side, who was authorising these permits and authorisations, had a very shared understanding of the basis in which they were being undertaken, and of course landing on the conditions that apply to the exercise of the authorisations and the permits. There was a mention of a potential increased admin burden at DOC, and of course my concern as the Minister of Conservation is that now we've got quite a number of applications that are awaiting DOC decision, but DOC is unable to make this decision out of a concern that actually it may not be done lawfully, because when the decision was made, of course, it changed the understanding and changed the status quo. DOC wants to be in a space where it can continue to authorise these authorisations and permit these authorisations, issue them and get on with things. The comments around the monitoring and whether or not DOC has gone through every single authorisation and made sure that to the nth degree conditions are being upheld, that's an operational matter. I'm confident that DOC is undertaking its role accordingly within its operations, and actually it's beyond the scope of the very targeted and narrow changes that have been proposed by way of this bill to restore not only the universal understanding of this permit process, but also the ability for us to get on with economic and environmental initiatives. There was a concern that I think a number of members opposite have raised in relation to retrospectivity, and when the announcement was made from Cabinet by myself that we would look to ensure that those permit holders had their permits and authorisations validated, we want to give absolute certainty to those permit holders today so that they can continue to have the confidence to build the roads that we need to get to far-flung places like New Plymouth. I didn't see the member for and other activities like the TB-free program. Happy to hear further comments.
I call Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems on appearance like this is a small part of this bill, but there is so much in here that I will really appreciate the opportunity to ask about, particularly because it has been so rushed through and there's some real concerns around every aspect, particularly of Schedule 1AA. So I want to start firstly with, in Schedule 1AA, the transitional savings and related provisions in Part 1 and Part 1.1 with the validation of certain authorities. And the Minister has just been saying in his comments right now that, you know, the intention here is to provide absolute certainty, that it's this kind of sweep of this legislation going through and that's what will fix things. Now, what my colleagues across this side of the House and I have been trying to say is that it's actually creating the opposite of that, particularly because the burden of proof and the responsibility for the validation of these authorities is now resting with the Department of Conservation and the Director General. And the reason that is because, you know, and this talks about as well, it talks about the validation of certain authorities. Now, in order for the DG to be in the position where they can offer that validation, they actually need to know, right? So these 100, 300 or 80, you know, it'd be great to get some numbers and clarity about how many authorisations we're actually talking about here. DOC need to assess these. They need to have some knowledge and understanding of that. And the Minister also just talked about earlier about fixing the administrative burden, and that we were asking about the administrative burden, and then talked about the operational stuff is for DOC. This is operational because to actually know and understand what has been going on with these authorisations, what's been going on with the projects, it actually requires operational knowledge and presumably some form of assessment or surveying or something, some kind of methodology to enable an actual evaluation of what's taken place and what authorisations would actually be appropriate. Now, this was something that we didn't get answers to in the previous part when we were asking about what resources and what methodologies and assessments are actually envisaged to actually contribute to this process to ensure that DOC is acting in a way that is informed, that it is then acting in a way that provides the so-called certainty. Now, again, we don't believe that clauses like this are providing that certainty at all. Really, if DOC is put in this burdensome situation where they're having to assess these things, that is actually a burden that is unnecessary, given that there are already sections in the Wildlife Act that provide for this incidental aspects of killing. And what I'm also interested in, and I'd love to hear the Minister provide us some advice and assurance around this, is what level of consultation will take place as part of this. So presumably the the activity holders or the companies would be involved. But what about other people who were involved in those projects, and particularly in the consultative part of those projects? Are they also going to be involved? This might be experts or iwi and hapu. And how will that work? We're not hearing the real realities of what this means for DOC and how they are actually going to manage it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Tama Potaka.
I'll say for the 14th time, there might be up to 500 permits that are implicated by this matter. There's no burden on DOC because under the proposed legislation, those Section 53 authorisations that have been issued prior to the court decision are validated. There is a real uncertainty right now that they may be invalid, and hence why DOC is effectively down tools until such time as we make these changes. DOC has got enough on its plate trying to look after 30% of the entire land of this country in some marine space, and are absolutely enthusiastic, as you can see, to get on and see this change made. In terms of the review provisions, there was a question early on whether or not we could include review provisions. Well, in the disclosure statement, we have stated that the Ministry of Regulation and DOC have committed to undertake a post-implementation review within 2 years of enactment. Finally, the Department's bipartisan has taken non-legislative actions to improve the processing of applications with better guidance for decision makers in line with the law. And I've seen for myself a lot of that hard, diligent and professional work being undertaken by the officials at DOC to process concessions in a timely manner, and I look forward to further reform in due course that will help enable that much more.
I call Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 points for the Minister, but before I begin, I want to pick up on a comment that the Honourable Rachel Brooking made about the importance of retrospective legislation to have full scrutiny in committee stages when we are under all stages of urgency. We're in a long period of urgency where the government is rushing through legislation. It is really important that we understand the retrospective impact of this law, which is a direct retrospective impact. There are some circumstances in which we would give it a lighter touch because the retrospective impact is not direct. It doesn't impact directly on someone's rights. It doesn't directly impact on a decision which has been made. In this case, there are 500 permits. As the Minister keeps saying, as if that will help us conclude our efforts to investigate this. 500 permits which are directly impacted by this, and 85 directly impacted by the case law moving through the courts. This is something actively being considered by the judiciary. It is something we need to consider at this level very carefully before we impinge on any of the rights accrued before this legislative change was made. And we should not be analysing it, as the Minister has suggested, as if this legislative change has already occurred. The relevant rights and duties for us to consider are the relevant rights and duties that existed before this legislative change and what the legal situation was then and how it was well understood at the time. Legislation has direct retrospective effect when, and this is building on the starting point that no legislation should generally have retrospective effect, but the direct retrospective effect is there are 2 tests for it. One is that it applies to an event or action that has already taken place. This is the case here. And the second one, and this is something we wish to explore with the Minister, is that it prevents a person from relying on the rights that existed at the time of the conduct. This is something that I will put to the Minister now. How many of the permits that are impacted by this Minister are relying on a situation that was in the law as it was prior to this proposal? How many of those permits will be directly impacted and changed, and what is the scope of the change? Help this House to understand what sort of work was being carried out unlawfully, and whether the work that was being carried out unlawfully was because of an error or because of a decision of the court that was unexpected. Those are the 2 things we really have to grapple with when we decide about how this because Parliament makes the decision how the clause 2, 1, 2 and 3 should apply under Part 1 of Schedule 1 AA. The next point I wish to make is that we haven't heard from the Minister on who the beneficiaries of this change will be and who those who lose out in this circumstance are. Are there groups which have brought claims or are in negotiations with DOC who do not agree with the way that the permits have been applied, whose rights would be extinguished by this decision? Simply put, are there people out there who are upset by this change? Are their rights being extinguished? Parliament needs to consider, every time we make retrospective legislation like this, who are the losers? Is it their livelihoods that are on the line? Is it their rights? How will they be impacted? What is the effect for the community? We haven't had any discussion of that, Mr. Andy Foster, in this committee stage, and we would welcome a call from New Zealand First about the people who are impacted because of these builds. We've heard from the Minister that it may be roads, that it may be infrastructure that is being built here which is beneficial to the community. That is great. That is something that Parliament should take into account about who benefits and what the cost of retrospectivity is. Because when you extinguish rights for some people to the benefit of others, you should understand the benefits. But you should also understand who is affected. It's not just the Kiwis, it's not just the lizards, it's the people who care, the people who have brought these claims that are then impacted by these kinds of decisions. And I also want to ask the Minister, is this validating matters that are generally understood to be lawful, but are in fact unlawful because of an error? So that error question is, well, what is the error? Was there an error when Parliament passed the initial legislation? And I know we're going back some way, Minister, but the last time Parliament considered this, was it generally understood that it would be the case that DOC would ever have these sorts of powers that are now being fixed up here? Is this a fix? We need to understand whether the intention here has been broken. And Madam Chair, if I can just finish my second point for the Minister. Madam Chair.
Aaron Williams.
Madam Chair, I want to ask the Minister about his review provisions, which he has helpfully outlined. They are different from those proposed by the side of the House, and I want to make that clear. What is being proposed here is that it is appropriate for retrospective legislation, especially with direct impact, to have a review by Parliament, either one of its select committees, its Regulations Review Committee, or another body as determined by the Chamber through primary legislation. What he has proposed is that there will be a review provision by not only his ministry, but the Ministry of Regulation. I want him to explain to us, firstly, what is the role of the Ministry of Regulation in that review, given that it has no legislative framework yet for us to understand what its review role will be. And secondly, if the Ministry is to review this legislation and the impact of its retrospectivity, how will that be public? How will the people whose rights are impacted know what that review is? How will they feed into it? Will there be consultation with them? Who will be consulted? Because to give a power of review that is essentially a review of the primary legislation through the primary legislation with no mandatory considerations, no design for that review, we need to understand at this point now how that review will be conducted. Will the people who care be at the table? These are simple questions, but it is very clearly the role of Parliament to make sure that these rules which apply to people and take away people's rights, we can do that, but we need to do it in a way where we understand what those rights are and that they will be treated carefully with respect in the next period for review and in the next time we understand them. So, Minister, what is the role of the Ministry of Regulation here? What legislation will guide the Ministry of Regulation when considering the effect of the retrospectivity here?
I call Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the schedule, specifically Part 1, 1, 2, and the Minister has helpfully laid out some of the context around this, which is, we've got 500 claims and, 500 permits that needs to be validated. But I also think that the crux of the situation is that the court has determined that what DOC is currently doing is, in effect, illegal. And I can appreciate that the Minister would like to ratify that. But I want to know, out of the permits that's available, and the Minister has helpfully given us an answer, and previously the Minister has mentioned that this has been going on for many years, but I would like to know what was the earliest instance of a permit being granted. Now, the reason I want to know that is because considering that currently DOC has been giving these grants under Section 71, and there's no information that we have available to this House of how DOC review these permits, of how DOC ensure that these permits are up to date with the most recent legislation or the latest iteration of any legislation, relevant legislation, as well as the duration of some of these permits. Are some of these permits authorities, enduring, as in they will go on for 20 years and they will go on for another 50 years to come. Without those kind of information, I want to know that when this bill comes into effect, including the retrospectivity, is there a requirement by DOC to ensure that all of these authorities now that is being given essentially legal effect under this bill will be compliant with the legislation or the relevant legislation as it is, or relevant legislation at the time of their at the time that they were granted? Because I feel like in terms of Schedule 1 and the retrospectivity, it just simply says that they are essentially all in fact legal, but it doesn't mention, and we have no understanding of whether that legality at the time of the grant is now consistent or is still consistent with the Wildlife Act as we see now, because we don't have the earliest instance. So that's kind of my main question around this. That's my main question around this for the time being. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'll call Steve Abel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I would like to sort of truth test, Minister, is the whole proposition that this legislation is based on, which is it's responding to a legal uncertainty that is somehow a perilous threat to these activities that are supposedly authorised. In the past 2 months, the Minister seems to be suggesting that this whole swathe of projects have been on hold, that nothing has been going on. I just want to clarify if that is what the Minister is saying, that there is perhaps 500 projects that have been doing nothing, or I presume a bunch of those are because when, as my colleague just asked, when was the first unlawful authority issued? How far back are we going? Last night the Minister talked about 20 years ago. So are many of these authorities that are going to be now validated by this legislation ones that are projects that are long finished or complete, or are we talking about only active projects? And is the Minister suggesting that all of those projects are on hold? And one of the reasons I want to ask that is that the argument for this being so rushed through the House and not scrutinised is that there's some sort of temporal threat to these things going about their business as they are authorised. In that regard, who would be the prosecuting agency for a breach of the Wildlife Act? So given that this court has deemed that these authorities are unlawful, who is the prosecuting agency? Yes, you've just answered the question correctly, I heard you. It's the Department of Conservation, isn't it? No? Excuse me. Point of order.
Point of order, Steve.
I've been accused of being repetitive. I'm asking this question for the first time.
That's not a point. That's not
That
a
I've
point of
asked
order.
who the prosecuting agency is? That is the first time I've asked who the prosecuting agency is, and I saw the Minister ask the official that very question because they didn't know the answer.
This is about dog.
It's not a point of order.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, I would appreciate if the other side could, pay some attention. These are serious questions. These are serious questions. Because if the prosecuting agency is the Department of Conservation, then is the Minister suggesting that the Department of Conservation is about to go and prosecute all of these operators with whom they have no doubt worked closely to evaluate what the ecological questions are that need to be protected and the species that need to be protected? It doesn't seem plausible. I'd like the Minister to clarify that. And in the interim 2 months since this court finding, how many court cases have been brought for breaches of the law now that it's been deemed unlawful? I wonder if the Minister has any answers on that. Because one of the messages that the Environment Law Initiative made pretty clear in their communication with Newsroom was that they did not believe it was likely that there would be any cases brought because the legislation, the Wildlife Act under 68AB, already has a defence of reasonable efforts. So those are my core questions. And one thing I wanted to quickly clarify before the time is up for the 5 minutes is one validation of certain authorities, point 2. The wording there says, an authority to which this clause applies is validated to the extent that the authority would have been valid had new sections 53A and 53B5 been in force when the authority was granted or purportedly granted. Can you just double clarify what that clause exactly means, Minister? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Tama Potaka.
Thank you for this additional opportunity to be involved in Truth, Dare and Command. The review will be led by DOC, the Ministry of Regulation, will administer the process for this review as it's linked to the regulatory impact requirements set out in the Cabinet Office Circular. But what I'll also add is that last night, in the wee hours, I mentioned that we will accelerate with acuity the review of the Wildlife Act, and as we recall, the previous government was very intent on talking the talk, but we will walk our talk. It's premature to fully articulate the terms of reference for the review that will be undertaken between the Ministry of Regulation and Te Papa Aotearoa, DOC, but there will be a post-implementation review and a full-on comprehensive review. Can't wait to get into fifth gear for that matter. In relation to the fuzzy math of the other side, can I note for the 15th time, there are around 500 potentially implicated permits, and right now, and one of the reasons why we're so intent on progressing this urgent legislation through the House is there are about 300 permits awaiting consideration by the Department of Conservation. Now, whilst some members of the House might not think that's important and we can wait weeks or months or years for another review in committee, we're actually very intent on making sure that important programs, environmental, economic and others, kicked off and started. That's why one of the reasons why we're so committed to ensuring that this set of amendments is made to the Wildlife Act so that these programs that often align with the renewable infrastructure aspirations of all those in the House are accelerated. And if required, mahi in the mineral space, which I'm sure Matua Minita Jones will be happy with. Over the past 2 months, in response to a question from my Green colleagues, actually DOC has stopped issuing these permits. Tools down. That hasn't necessarily resulted in an increase of orange cones throughout the country, but it has meant that a lot of folks that want to do good things for the motu have been unable to do that because they haven't been issued with a permit. Now, when permits are issued, of course, there is a bit of consultation that's undertaken in good faith prior to the permits being issued. Often that consultation will be with local on-the-ground tangata whenua during the permit processing. There was a question around when the first unlawful authority was issued. I'm not going to answer that question, because what's more important is that we are going to validate all Section 53 authorities that were issued prior to the court decision, so people can operate with the right signals, with the right incentives, with the certainty, just like my marriage. Yes, that's right, ditto. Now, the question around the prosecuting agency, I think we've received the answer to that. And in relation to the retrospectivity of this, as we've mentioned many times, the High Court decision introduced quite a degree of certainty, and this targeted a narrow solution with a very short, tight, succinct group of amendments will respond to the various issues that were raised through the Mount Messenger court decision. It provides that certainty that people can operate in line with their Section 53 authorities, which up till this time has been a universal understanding will restore the status quo, and as such it is a justifiable amendment at this time.
I call Grant McCullum.
I move debate on this question now closed.
I'm not going to take the question, but I do think we need to be looking for new material. This has become quite repetitive. I call Honourable Rachel Brooking.
I've got 3 points I want to make. One of them is in response to what the Minister has just said about review clauses, and that within 2 years of the enactment of this bill that there will be a review, and that he wants to walk the talk and review the whole bill. Great. That's great news that he's going to get on with that work. But the issue is this bill is being passed in all stages urgency, so an immediate review is required. Helpfully, when I was last speaking, my colleague Aotearoa Williams has drafted an amendment paper to do that immediate review of these words to see if they work. Doesn't have to be a policy review, just the working of the mechanisms, not a big policy one. So that is to insert a new 2.5. This clause does not apply to an authority referred to in clause 2.1 of this part unless the Minister initiates a review within 1 month of royal assent of this Act of this retrospective provision to be conducted by Parliament before 5th March 2027. We could change the dates on that. But there is the sort of mechanism that we're talking about, that there needs to be an immediate review, because this has not had submissions. I have been very unsatisfied with the answers that we've been getting from the Minister. So that's one point. My second point is about the role of Section 71. So we heard from the Minister, and this goes to 2 in the schedule on page 5, lawfulness of certain Section 53 authorities when Section 71 applicable. So we heard from the Minister in the Part 1 debate that if Section 71 is applicable, then you don't go to 53. We also heard in that debate that Section 71 is horribly written and it only applies to some different pieces of legislation, many of which are now repealed. One of those pieces of legislation relates to roads. So if the Minister can engage on this relationship between Section 71 and 53, when we're talking about, the court case was about the road, so where 71 applies, how should it in the future interact if somebody gets a Section 53 authority? And I note that this too is trying to clarify that Doesn't matter if you got a section 53 when you should have got a 71. That's okay, it's lawful. What happens in the future, given that 71 is such a mess and probably people don't understand when they should be using 71 as opposed to 53. So I think it would be very useful on the Hansard if you say how that relationship between those two clauses is, in your view, supposed to work. And then I think it would be also be useful, we go on to clause 4 of this schedule that's been inserted, so on the back page of the bill. There's specific mention of the case that we've all been talking about tonight. So again, it would be good for the Minister to confirm my interpretation of that is that the case, the Environmental Law Initiative and the Director General of the Department of Conservation and others, 2025, is if the Environmental Law Initiative, they wouldn't want to appeal it because they won, but if the Director General or anybody else has appeal rights around that case, then they are not impacted by these changes. And that is the point of clause 4, but that is different to any other proceedings that might already be in train about this. And then if the Minister has had any advice, if there are any other actions actually in train at the moment about the Wildlife Act, that would be useful to know as well.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Tamapo Taka.
Appreciate the creative suggestions around an immediate review. We will not be undertaking that. It's a suboptimal and underwhelming idea, and it'll just create more uncertainty. But thank you for that interesting and creative idea. In relation to the Mount Messenger case and the Environmental Law Initiative, the finding actually was that Section 171 authorisation was valid in that instance. We are concerned about the additional, potentially up to 500 permits that are held by permit holders. And one comment that was made this morning and actually last night about the rights of people who may be affected. Yeah, the rights and expectations of people who hold the permits. That's what we are really concerned about. We're really concerned about their provisions and their authorisations and any suggestion that there are other people out there who are not involved in the rights and permits that may be affected. Yeah, the people who those permit holders employ, and the people who are driving on the roads, and the people who are running cows throughout the country that may be impacted if this decision has an influence on the TB-free program, and all of a sudden they've got issues with their bovine populations and their bovine herds, maybe even the hemp herds. So Section 53 is the focus of this targeted, narrow set of amendments that have been proposed at this moment in time to give certainty to many, many permit holders and indeed New Zealanders. It's not Section 171, and we won't be playing Mickey Rabbit on an immediate review. Kia ora.
Arana Williams.
Chair, we have some trouble here in this committee stage now because where the Minister has said, I'm not going to answer on a question about how far the retrospectivity goes back in time and what the nature of the retrospectivity is. The problem is that this House is being asked to make a decision which could affect the rights and interests of people going back 30, 50 years without any understanding of what is being asked of it. So my first question to the Minister is, does Cabinet know? Does Cabinet know how far back the retrospectivity which is being proposed in urgency here today with no ability of the Parliament to review it, how far it goes back? Does Cabinet know what the nature of the retrospectivity is and whose rights are being extinguished? Madam Chair, this is not a repetitive point because if the Minister doesn't answer, Parliament needs to be clear that it is being asked to make retrospective and directly retrospective legislation about a matter that it does not understand and has not been provided with answers with. This is a serious point, and the gravity of it is cannot be stressed enough, and we deserve the chance to interrogate what is going on here. Because, Madam Chair, the reason why lawyers and some sort of appointed board at the Ministry of Regulation does not make these decisions, and why Parliament does, is because parliamentarians are charged with the duty of understanding how these things affect their communities. I'll give you an example, Minister. When I worked in Ngāti Whātua Kaipara, in a role that you yourself have held in iwi organisations, I was responsible for the overseeing of a permit granted by DOC that affected the mokomoko, the lizards, in the Wood Hill Forest. And in that situation, the grant of the permit saw a road built in the forest that was agreed with the iwi prior to the building of the road, that the lizards in the area would be removed by the iwi. This made job schemes for the young men who were employed in the work. They were hunters, they were people who did forestry work in the forest, and for a long time they stayed together at the marae and were overseen by a kaumātua as they removed these lizards. Not only did they remove the lizards, but they also learned about the history and the stories. There is a lizard on the po of that marae. These are an important part of the history and the things that bring these people together. They are local people who share local stories about this wildlife. In that situation, one day, work was carried out where bulldozers came and removed the trees in an area where this work had not been conducted. And that was devastating for the young men working on this project for a very long time who had dedicated their time and energy to it. The reason I am asking the Minister whose rights are being extinguished by this is because people care very deeply about it. Young men who are working out there in forests right now will have problems with the way that has proceeded over many years. Things go wrong in these situations. Permits are issued wrongly. People take the wrong actions under permits which are granted. They should have the ability for a court, a tribunal, an MP who represents their interests to raise these issues, instead of a minister who comes to this house and says, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to tell Parliament what I am extinguishing. This is something that should be interrogated by this House. To shut down a debate on this, like the Minister is trying to do, and say, I'm not going to answer on the specific examples, I'm not going to make this real, makes a mockery of this entire process. Why don't we let lawyers decide every time we make retrospective decisions? You know why we don't? Because the real people who are affected by this are represented by us. And this is a Minister who has taken an arrogant approach to changing their rights and taking away their ability to have any say in the processes which not only affect their jobs, their livelihoods, their families, their community. That is a shame, and we should continue to investigate this legislative impact very carefully, because this is the only opportunity we have, not only as Parliament, but as the New Zealanders who are affected by this. Maybe 10 years back, maybe 20 years back, maybe 50 years back. Minister, tell us, how retrospective is this, and who is losing?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
And I appreciate the energy and the passion that all members have for sustaining the environment and mahi out there. And that's one of the challenges, Madam Chair, because right now there's hundreds of applications waiting to be authorised by DOC. And until they're authorised, there's actually not as many jobs in the community. That's one of the challenges that we have as we try to get this economy moving again. It's very plain, as set out in the relevant amendments. Those authorisations that were issued under Section 53 before the court decision are validated. They are valid. There is a real sense of uncertainty and a lack of assurance and confidence amongst many permit holders, and indeed the agency that is responsible for issuing the permits, around their ability to issue permits in the manner that was universally understood prior to the court decision. Hence why we are very focused on ensuring this targeted set of narrow amendments is enabled, so those very young men that the member just mentioned and just referred to are able to continue doing the important mahi that they are doing in order to look after the taihao, amongst other things.
I will call Lan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Still many questions, and I'm just going to get straight to them and just make them really clear to know so that we can hopefully elicit some clear responses. So the Minister has been, even stating in his last response that this intention is to validate what has happened in the past and what may happen in the future. Now, what we're still unclear about, and which I'd really appreciate an answer on, is the intention with this bill that the Director General will validate these without knowing? Is that what the Minister's saying, that it will just be validation, simply just validation no matter what? Presumably, there is some form of assessment. What is that assessment? What is the methodology? Will they be validated no matter what? Because what if, in opening this huge can of worms and bureaucracy, what if DOC identifies within this process and it becomes clear in the odd occasion with these hundreds and hundreds of authorisations that actually some of these activities have caused something unlawful? They may have actually caused damage that is concerning. Are authorities and the people and companies who have undertaken these activities, are they going to be exempt no matter what from prosecution? What is going on with this process in terms of actual assessment of the actual activities and the impact on the environment? And then what is the assessment that flows through that process into the validation or not? And then whether those authorities will actually be exempt regardless of what actually took place and the impact on the environment. Those are some very clear questions we are yet to hear an answer from. Please elucidate, Minister.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Tama Potaka.
Starting to get to sausage roll time, people. How far back do the previous authorisations go? The earliest active authority that I'm advised of started in 2003, but monitoring of these authorisations actually takes place on a regular basis, and the validation of a permit, as mentioned before the court decision was made, those permits will be validated, doesn't mean that the conditions have changed. The conditions are still within the permit and the authorisation, and DOC rangers and others go out to monitor these on a regular, and sometimes iwi members as well. Member in the Labour team just mentioned that before. So it doesn't mean the validation of these permits as proposed by way of the bill does not mean the permit holders can go and do whatever they like. They have a set of conditions that they have to actually fulfil and deliver on, and they are monitored typically by rangers out in the Department of Conservation Te Papa Atawhai districts concerned. That might involve site checks and reporting, but it depends on the conditions. It depends on the conditions in the permit. In the Mount Messenger example, that was a couple of times a month with the Alliance crew who were constructing the roads. And DOC staff members, they sit on ecological review panels, reviewing aspects of the consents and ensuring those relevant outcomes have been met. But we're very adamant, again, that people need confidence, and that's what we're here to provide.
As I've said before, I am looking for new material. I'm not hearing a great deal of that, but I will give this call to the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
I'm actually seeking a point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Point of order.
That's right. It's quite timely after saying that, because I'm really after some clarity here. Is that I don't think I can remember a time when a minister has stood up in committee stage.
What's the point of order?
Well, this is the point of order, Madam Chair. I don't remember a time when a minister in a Committee of the Whole House stage has stood up and flat out refused, I will not answer a question. And that has been raised by my colleague Arena Williams. The minister has responded after subsequent question and has not addressed that again. Now you've said to the committee that you're looking for new material. The issue is that when questions are being asked, and quite serious ones, and the minister's response is, I will not answer that, what option have we got? If we're not getting answers, it's one thing for a minister to ignore our questions.
I understand the
actually,
question.
my point of order is yet to come, Madam Chair.
Well,
The point is that the committee, I think, is at the point where it needs reassurance from you as chair that you are taking into account that the minister is refusing to answer questions into your considerations of a closure motion.
I'll refer the member to several rulings that Mr Speaker has made, especially during question time, where the answer may not satisfy the questioner, but it's not my role to instruct the minister in any particular way to answer questions. That will be judged by the general public. Yeah.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm not going to get into a debate about
It's not a debate, Madam Chair. Point of order.
A point of order, Kieran McAnulty.
Madam Chair, this is not question time. This is the Committee of the Whole House, and the requirements of you as presiding officer are completely different to that on the Speaker during the question time. The question was very specific, Madam Chair. The question was very specific. Presiding officers during committee stages have a criteria that need to be met in order for a closure motion to be considered. And I asked you to reassure the House whether the minister flat out refusing to answer questions is being taken into consideration on your consideration of a closure motion. It wasn't anything to do with Speaker's rulings during question time.
Short answer is yes. Lawrence Zuna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the Minister for finally giving us a date, which is the earliest instance is 2003. Now, since 2003, based on the New Zealand legislation website, we have seen that the Wildlife Act has been amended no less than 22 times at a minimum, because the New Zealand legislation website only goes back to 2007, according to what I can find. Which meant that, just to get reassurance from the minister then, that it meant that every time there is amendment, that we do look at whether those authorizations or any new authorizations being granted is in line with updated legislation. So that's my first question. My second question is to do with Section 2 of Schedule 1, around the lawfulness of the authorities that has been granted under Section 71. And I think one of the things that hasn't really touched on, and then this sort of stood out to me when I was going through the High Court ruling, and I want to point to the Minister specifically to paragraph 116 of the High Court ruling, where the judge says, I observe that I do not see any basis under Section 71 for a retrospective consent to be granted. That section expressly requires the prior consent of the Minister of Conservation and the Minister charged with administration of the second act in question, which then meant that that under Section 71, DOC not only has granted authorities prior to something taking place, but also retrospectively after wildlife has been killed. Now, this is this is really, really interesting, because my understanding of this legislation you have put forward is that DOC is still required to proactively and prior grant an authority, that DOC still cannot retrospectively grant an authority. However, the carte blanche nature of this schedule, and particularly Part 2, that says everything that was granted under Section 71 would be validated regardless whether they are proactive or retrospective in nature, meant that this section actually goes against Part 1 of this bill. Can I just confirm if that is the correct reading? Because again, part 1 of this bill specifically still states, well, my understanding is still states because it didn't say, once an animal was killed, it talks about the killing of an animal, which is prospective. What that would mean is that dogs does not have the power to give authorities retrospectively, but the validation of this authority allows the validation of these authorities under Part 2, Section 2 of Part 1 of the schedule allow for those authorities that have been granted retrospectively, which then would go against the legislation. Am I reading that correctly? So those are my 2 questions. The first one is, with the updates of the wildlife, whether the authorizations are still in line with each iteration of the update of the Wildlife Act. And the second question is whether there would create an inconsistency between schedule and also part 1 of this bill, because the validation of any authority that's been granted retrospectively, which goes against this bill but also against the High Court's ruling, that's not going to create an inconsistency.
Just answer those 2 questions. Madam Chair.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Just in respect of those 2 questions, permit holders who hold a permit with conditions need to stick to those conditions. Now, sometimes the law changes. There's amendments, and they have to follow the law that's over and above the conditions. So they might have conditions that are negated by legal changes along the way, amendments. Okay, you've got to follow the amendments to the legislation. The second thing is that there were additional comments about Section 71. The proposed amendments are not about Section 71. They're about Section 53. That's what they're about. The Mount Messenger case and the decision basically came to the view that Section 53 was not a legitimate basis for that road to be undertaken, for the activity around wildlife control to be managed. But Section 71 was a legitimate basis. This set of amendments is about Section 53 and making sure, to your final question, those authorisations that were issued under Section 53 before the court decision, they are validated. In the future, here is the understanding, which was part 1, through which we can be absolutely certain that the universal understanding that everyone had before the court decision is reinforced, and we can rebalance and restart this matter.
I'll call the Honourable, Aruna Williams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a further question for the Minister. Given that he has not answered the question about how far the retrospectivity extends, I want to ask him why his Schedule 1AA does not include a date frame. He must know, surely, even if he's not going to tell this House how far back the retrospectivity which he is asking us to pass an urgency goes. He must know. Even if his Cabinet doesn't know, he must know. Why has he not introduced that time frame in the legislation? Because one of the key principles of the legislative drafting guidelines is if there is retrospectivity in legislation, if that retrospectivity in legislation is direct, if that retrospective and direct legislation impacts on the accrued rights and duties of people, the really bad ones with retrospectivity. If you're going to do that, be specific about it. Say it with your full chest, is the way that it is expressed in parliamentary procedure. Where is the authority given by Parliament to extinguish these rights? And I see national members on the other side of this House exercised by this point, because they know that retrospectivity in this way is sloppy procedure, sloppy legislative drafting. We're not even sure who is affected by this. It is outrageous, but that is the standards applied by these national ministers. Just insert a date range, Minister. Would you accept a date range from me in an amendment based on the date range proposed by Lawrence Zunan back to 2003? Would that at least give this Parliament some semblance of care about the standards that should be applied to retrospective legislation, Minister?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
I won't reach into Hansard, to read out what I said, I'll just say it. I'm advised that the active authorities that are in play at the moment are from 2003 onwards. This goes up to the date of the court decision. That's what we're dealing with. There may be some, but I'm not advised of that are before that, but we're dealing with active authorities from 2003 up to the time of the court decision. Please, Mr Chair, I do not want to have to repeat that answer for a third time.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. To some extent. I was trying to give him some credit. It's hard. Yeah, because we don't, for clarity, we haven't had the thoroughness of answers that we should rightly expect in this process of prosecuting such a significant piece of rushed legislation on the primary means by which wildlife is protected in this country. Legislation that basically issues the right licences to kill. Now, I want to specifically talk in part 1, point 3, savings related to commenced proceedings. Clauses 1 and 2 do not affect any proceedings commenced or in progress before 28 March 2025 or any rights of appeal. Another question of how many, if any, active prosecutions or appeals will be affected by this clause. Does the Minister have an answer for that? Does the Cabinet know? How many will be affected by that clause? 3, clauses 1 to 2 do not affect any proceedings. Part 1, 4. Effects of clauses 1 and 2 relating to the High Court judgment. Clauses 1 and 2 do not apply to the authority that the Director-General granted or purportedly granted to the New Zealand Transport Agency under Section 53 on 22 December 2021. And I won't read the rest of it out, you don't need to hear that. My question is regarding 4(1)(a)(1) and 2. Why is this one case treated differently? The implication is the outcome of this case challenges the government's legal position. Can the Minister clarify why there's a clause that specifically relates to the Environment Law Initiative versus Director-General of the Department of Conservation? And finally, on that same, you did already, yes I know, but it hasn't been answered. I was trying to ask in a way that maybe the Minister realised that he needed to answer it. Part 1, the Minister needs to answer questions, and we have a right to ask questions to be answered. And if the Minister is going to continue to take the position that he was called to point of order on by Kira McAnulty, that he's refusing to answer questions, then we should keep asking them and say, why will you not answer this question? It's an explicit clause in this legislation.
If I can ask members to direct their conversation my way, not to each other across the
Thank you,
across
Mr.
the
Chair.
chamber.
I will do
just
that.
just to also note that it is what we're looking for is the Minister to address questions. I understand that members might not appreciate or support the answers given,
yes.
But having ministers address questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Minister has not addressed that question, to be clear. Part 1, number 4(2). 4(2), however, clauses 1 and 2 are to be treated as applying to that authority for the purposes of any proceedings for an offence against Section 53(7), I won't read all the numbers to you, I'll spare you that are commenced on or after 28 March 25. In terms of 4(2), is the intention of the clause is unclear, Minister. Can the Minister elaborate on the intended effect of this? Because so much of this legislation is unclear. That's my question. Thank you.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Mr. Chair, look, I want to go back to this point about Section 71, and the Minister tells us Section 71 is not relevant. Yes, it might be a mess. The whole Act is a mess. We're just fixing 53. Fine. I'm not disputing that, and I'm not making a political point about Section 71. But what I do want to know is how they interact, because we have here in 2 a specific clause on that interaction. Now, Mr Chair, Section 71 is a miscellaneous, strange provision.
That's of the Wildlife Act.
And it only applies to things that are in the Schedule 9. And the Minister in the Part 1 debate, I think I heard, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, said if Section 71 applies to the type of project you're doing, so a road, we know that Section 71 applies to roads. If you are doing a road, then you must use Section 71. And Section 71 requires the sign-off of 2 ministers. So that is an arduous task. So I would presume that most people would not want to go to the Section 71 route if the Section 53 route is available, because the Section 53 route is by the Director General or a delegated person. But the question here is what the Minister said in Part 1, is if you have to use Section 71, if Section 71 is applicable, then you can't use 53. And that question has not been answered. And I think that interpretation that the Minister said in the first reading is relevant to this Clause 2 of the schedule, because it says at 2, an authority to which this clause applies is not unlawful merely because the person to whom the authority was granted required consent under Section 71. So I presume this transitional piece in the schedule is to make lawful anything that was granted under 53 but should have been granted under 71. So that's for the retrospective nature of these consents. Fine. But can the Minister confirm that? Because he keeps talking around Section 71 and saying it's not relevant. Section 71 is relevant, otherwise we wouldn't have this clause about Section 71. What happens then with future applications for a road? A road, we know a road is in schedule, the relevant legislation for a big road, national road, is in Schedule 9. So what happens in the future? And I know I'm slightly wavering off these transitional provisions, but it goes to the wider point that the Minister has said about Section 71. A new application that is for something that Section 71 provides for, e.g. a road, does that application have to go through 71, or can it avoid 71 and go through 53? And if that is the case, the logic would say it is the case, then that is why we need this Clause 2 to rectify past mistakes whereby people have they thought they got a permission under 53, but because of the court case, those are invalidated, not just because Section 53 consents can't be given, but because they should have got one under 71. So it's not a political question I'm asking, I'm just asking for clarity so that we can have on the Hansard people who are making roads can know what sort of permission they are needing to get. Is it from the Minister of Conservation and the Minister of Transport? Or is it a simpler process by the Director General?
Mr. Chair, there are a couple of questions that have been asked. We'll start with the immediately previous speaker. Clarity about interaction between Section 71 and Section 53. In the future, all applications that should be considered under Section 71 will be considered and granted if suitable under that section. However, as previously, some permits that should have been granted under Section 71 had mistakenly been granted under Section 53. These will be validated by way of the amendments so that people can rely on the permit that they hold. Wise Clause 4.1 in Schedule 1AA, calling out the relevant litigation. The aim is not to affect the existing judgment in that case or to rewrite the words, but to acknowledge the decision of the High Court, noting that the permit in that regard under Section 71 was validated. Finally, in relation to cases, I'll note that to ensure appropriate safeguards in place and to avoid affecting the jurisdiction of a court or tribunal in line with Section 53 of the Legislation Act, the bill will apply from enactment of the provisions relating to the Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Act 2025, assuming it's passed, and will not affect any proceedings commenced or in progress before 28 March 2025, the date of the relevant announcement by Cabinet, or any rights of appeal. As at the finalisation date of the materials herein, DOC is not aware of any proceedings challenging additional authorities. The risk of additional proceedings being filed ahead of enactment is considered low. The sooner this bill is enacted, the lower the risk of additional litigation during this period, and we get on and get this country back on track.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to pick up on the Minister claiming that these activities will be validated, and a number of questions that have been asked that have not been addressed in any way. The question with these validations is, how will they be validated? What is the process? What is DOC's? What do they need to meet to actually assure that they are assessing these before the validation? What kind of assessment will take place? What is the methodology? These are questions that have not been addressed in any way, shape or form. And what does it mean for the actual legal status and standing of these activities that have taken place? Is it that across the board they will be validated no matter what? Or what if there are instances that are picked up where there may have been something unlawful or some unfortunate situation that actually does need some form of prosecution, enforcement order, something like that? What does this bill envisage the process will actually be with the Director General? These are questions we don't have, and what is absolutely clear is that we would need them. For example, just taking the Mount Messenger example, because it's the one that is most prominent with this move, with this bill, do the changes outlined in Schedule 1AA when it comes to 4 and the effects of clauses 1 and 2 relating to the High Court judgment, do these changes, for example, give Waka Kotahi immunity from prosecution for any Wildlife Act offences committed at Mount Messenger? Right. Now, these are really clear questions. They have not been addressed. I don't see how, without a select committee process and this literally being the start and finish of this bill, how we can proceed without these questions. So I'm really looking forward to the Minister addressing them. Thank you.
The Honourable Tama Porter.
Mr. Chair, this reminds me of a supergroove song that goes something like this. Sitting inside my head, laughing at what I said for the 5th time. I will repeat. Those permits that were... I might get a contract off your production company. Those permits that were issued before the court decision are deemed valid. That's what it is. DOC has already gone through all of these permits. It's consulted with the right people. It's issued conditions as part of these permits, and they were operating validly until such time some serious uncertainty was created with the Mount Messenger case. And if you have the chance to read that and correlate it with the materials on Schedule 1AA, page 6, we leave that judgment by itself, because actually there is a Section 71 authorisation that was considered an order by the court. The bill deems authorities granted in the past to be valid as those permit holders had fairly assumed to be the case. All authorities are issued on the basis of what is required as reasonable steps to protect wildlife. DOC will not be reassessing these decisions. Active permits will be monitored in line with the specific conditions in the permit, as they have done for many, many years. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Just to acknowledge that the Minister has addressed the question. Some members might not like that particular answer, but it has been addressed. We are getting into repetitive behaviour. Just to note that on this tracking sheet we are tracking exactly all the answers being, all the questions being asked. So I do want new material, brand new material. We might make the Minister sing Supergroove songs. The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Hey, Mr. Chair, thank you. And this is going back to the Minister's earlier answer. And I do want to acknowledge the Supergroove quote, and that may be the most sensible thing I've heard the Minister say during this debate. More of it is welcome, particularly in New Zealand Music Month. But a very quick contribution from me back on this interaction with 71. Now, I appreciate the Minister did actually answer some of my question on that interaction. But the point is, and I'd just like him to say it for the Hansard, my question, it was coming in some heckles when he was answering, means that if Section 71 applies to something, a road, and a new application there needs to be an approval under the Wildlife Act for a road where Section 71 applies, that application, they can only use Section 71 and they can't use 53. That's the question. Can they use 53 or not use 53 if Section 71 is applicable? It's I'll just stand here. I don't know very many Supergroove quotes that I can say in this interim. Can't get enough, might be. Can't get enough of the answers from the Minister. They had a great concert in Dunedin on Easter Sunday.
Yes.
Honourable Tom Tucker?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the answer is yes for roads. The channel is Section 71 in the schedule. However, that provision in Schedule 1AA, Part 122, applies for those ones that are old permits. They're not new permits. No, that is the pathway today is Section 71, but with the comprehensive review of the Wildlife Act, it may be a different number.
Okay, brand new material, Ardina Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hoping to have the Minister's view on the review period, and there is an amendment in my name but supported by the Honourable Rachel Brooking, introducing a review of Parliament. He said that he doesn't support that full review, but then can we seek to understand the role of the Ministry for Regulation in the review that he has given this House some perspective on, particularly whether that ministry will be responsible for reviewing what is the primary legislation here, which grants the retrospective powers, or whether it will be responsible for reviewing the application of those decisions and effectively the decisions and guidelines or secondary legislation that is issued underneath it. I ask because this House does not have any view yet, but anticipates a piece of legislation that will set out how that may work, but we don't have that now. So I'm asking the Minister to give us some clarity on what the scope of that review will be. I'm not asking for terms of reference. I'm not asking for all of the questions that it will ask to determine whether that retrospectivity has worked well. I'm asking him really whether that review is about the retrospectivity at all, because we on this side of the House have asked him to review the retrospectivity and whether that was necessary. He has said that he will be launching a review, but that review might not have anything to do with the fact that past rights that have been accrued are being extinguished by this. So what I'm trying to understand is whether there is any way for this House to interrogate the effect of that in the coming months and years. My next question for him is, DOC's role in the review, will that be alongside the ministry? Is it his view that the two ministries will work together? How will they share that? This is a new and novel thing for the House to consider, so I think it's fair enough for him to give a view on which part of the review DOC will be responsible for and which part of the review this new Ministry of Regulation will be responsible for.
Mr. Chair, I think we've just got to make sure we're talking about the same reviews. One is a comprehensive review of the Wildlife Act, which has been discussed by previous governments, and it's timely given, as I mentioned, I think there might only be one member of the House that was born before the Wildlife Act was enacted. That has to be accelerated at pace because we've spent many years talking about it. I do want to get through the conservation reform matter, which many of the members are aware of, and there'll be some adjacency with the Wildlife Act matter and reviewing that comprehensively. The post-implementation review to commence immediately, but it'll take some time to determine the effectiveness of the changes that are being channeled by way of this set of amendments, and a report will be prepared within 2 years and sooner if possible, and DOCA will be responsible for reviewing in the post-implementation review as well as the Wildlife Act review, and there'll be a number of agencies that will be consulted and engaged along the way.
Brand new material, Super Groove lyrics appreciated. Steve Abel.
Thank you. It's brand new material that hasn't been answered. It's a very specific question.
It's difference between
I'll get
being
it out
answered
in 1
and being
minute.
addressed.
I'll get it out in 1 minute. It hasn't been addressed. Section Part 1, 4. Why is this case treated differently, Minister? Why is the ELI case been treated differently? And do these changes give Waka Kotahi immunity from prosecution for any Wildlife Act offences committed at Mount Messenger? This wasn't addressed, I don't believe.
According to our tracking sheet, it has been addressed. Apologies.
What was the answer? What was the answer?
Hamish Campbell.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes no.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The ayes have it. The question is agreed to. The question is that Part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti I whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's tabled amendments to the new Schedule 1AA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendments to the schedule deleting clause 2 brackets 2 of Schedule 1AA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti I tautoko marika.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams tabled amendment to the schedule inserting new clause 2 brackets 5 into schedule 1AA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti I tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the schedule as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahē.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti kori I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 to 3. This is a debate on clauses 1 to 3, Title, Commencement and Principal Act. Aotearoa Williams.
Chair, this is a strange way to characterise this bill in the title because it is amending an act which is primarily about the protection of wildlife, in fact widening the powers of the killing of wildlife through what is not only proactive legislation but is retrospective legislation. Mr Chair, it is incumbent on all ministers to exercise their powers as ministers of the Crown, not as of their political party. And in this case, it is the Minister of Conservation that is making that change. A minister who is charged with the conservation not only of our natural flora, but also our natural fauna in New Zealand. A minister who is the only minister who can make many decisions under this Act for the preservation of those species which we as a country decide are important to preserve. Unlike the title of this bill, which is pretty bland, pretty standard, these amendments actually make long-reaching decisions about what kind of activity can occur and have a carte blanche licence to destroy natural species which we say are important. Not only those communities who have important relationships with them, but all New Zealanders who value those wildlife. Species like the mokomoko I spoke of in the committee stage earlier, species like the kiwi and the takahe, which feature very prominently in New Zealanders' not only story about ourselves on the world stage, but of prominent businesses like Air New Zealand, which refers directly to Mount Messenger and its takahe species there in the first greetings that it has for any international visitors here. These are important species, and they are species which only the Minister of Conservation is charged with the duty of protecting around the Cabinet table, and so it is unusual that this kind of bill, which is licences to kill, would be, for the purposes of building infrastructure or roads, would be brought by a Minister of Conservation who has seemed to just charge himself of that duty to New Zealanders and the people who care about these species. This bill should be called the Wildlife Authorisation to Kill Amendment Bill. That would be clearer. That would be a clearer way of recognising on the parliamentary record what use this minister is making of his duty to conservation.
Thank you. I would like to speak directly to an amendment proposed. And look, I think the really key thing with any legislation is that, and it's been made very clear by the Minister today, that we want to provide certainty and clarity. And as my colleague Arena Williams has pointed out, the authorisations part of this title, of this bill, Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill, does not actually provide that. So our tabled amendment under my colleague's name, Steve Abel, proposes that we change in Clause 1, replace Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill with Authorisation to Kill Wildlife Amendment Bill. Now, why we suggest this is not to dramatise this. It's literally the authorisations in every clause of this. Part 1, Clause 4, authorising the killing of wildlife. New Section 53A, killing of wildlife. New Section 53B, the authority with the killing of wildlife. New Section 53C, authorises the killing of wildlife. And then Part 2 is about the transitional savings and related provisions when it comes to validating those certain authorities when it comes to killing wildlife. There is actually nothing in this bill when it comes to authorisations that are outside the killing of wildlife. So what we would really like to see here is just a very accurate representation of what the bill really does. And I would invite the Minister to consider that, particularly when it comes to his intention that we've heard over and over about providing certainty and clarity, that this would be the kind of accurate representation of what this bill purports to do. Now that's aside from the fact that we believe that this bill is still unnecessary and it's actually going to cause more confusion and uncertainty for the Department of Conservation, which is, again, as the Minister said, something none of us want. So I would be really interested in the Minister's views and his acceptance about these authorisations and the fact that they are simply limited to the killing of wildlife. There is nothing in this bill outside of that. And so that's my concern and our amendment that we've put forward today that we'd like the Minister's views on. Thank you.
The Honourable Rachel Brookings.
Yeah, I want to start with the commencement at 2. This Act comes into force the day after royal assent. And this would be a good place to make an amendment and say this Act comes into force after a review from the Regulations Review Committee on Scrutiny, and we could have a time period around that, because we keep hearing this is urgent. People are worried that they might be breaching the law because they were relying on the Section 53 approval. Get that. I don't agree that we need all stages urgency for that point. And the way to remedy an all stages urgency is to do a quick scrutiny, not on the policy settings, but on the workability of what the legislation is doing. And so that is why I think that this should not commence until that workability review has happened. So that's one point, and I would like the Minister to comment on that, because he said before in one of my contributions on Part 2 that I was being creative. Unfortunately, I'm not being creative. Be lovely when we're here talking about music, New Zealand Music Month, to be creative, but no, I'm actually talking about the types of processes that were used for real emergencies in cyclones when legislation was passed and it had to have some sort of scrutiny from another body because it was made so fast. That's not creative. that's just some good process for when things are being done under urgency. And of course, I don't think this should be, and I do not accept that this needs to be done under all stages urgency at all. But that is a compromise position around the commencement. Now, looking back to the title, we've heard a number of contributions now on that it should be something about killing. I might differ with my colleagues here, because all I have heard from the Minister is confusion.
Oh,
I can,
don't be like that.
and it is just that maybe it's an authorisation, maybe it's not an authorisation. Who knows? We've got no idea, because these new provisions in 53A, B and C are so convoluted and cannot really be read together, and the Minister has given us no insight into what it is that he intends them to do. So maybe nobody's going to get an authority under Section 53. Another suggestion is this Act is the Wildlife Authorisations but Not for Roads Amendment Bill. And we heard that just before in the Part 2 debate, that this is not for roads. And that is despite, I'm sure I heard in first and second reading speeches, a number of members talking about how this is going to fix the problem with roads. But it's not, because we heard from the Minister that Section 71 still applies to roads. So, and I look at a PR from the Beehive website on the 28th of March.
Great PR.
And they said, well, the Minister says it's a great PR. It's an incorrect PR, because it says this government intends to promptly change the law to enable these important activities to go ahead lawfully, including the building of houses and roads, for example. But the Minister has just told us that roads do not apply to these changes. New roads don't apply because new roads have to go through Section 71. These weird amendments to Section 53 that are all in conflict with each other don't apply to roads, is what he told us. So that is why we should be amending it to the authorisations but not for roads amendment bill. I think, though, the better title is the who knows or the maybe, because we don't know what will be able to get through this new Section 53. If it is to be consistent with the protection of wildlife and individual wildlife, how will anything be able to get through it? Who knows? The Minister hasn't helped so far. Maybe he's going to help us now.
Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier on, and this is just in passing, Section 71 and Schedule 9 intersect around the Government Road Empowers Act. Building a little street surface road outside a house is slightly different, but the title matter, it's not just related to the killing of animals. There's also conditions around protecting, translocating, relocating. There's a whole range of things. So the title of the Act reflects it's not just solely about killing wildlife. The purpose of the Act is actually protecting wildlife. Authorisations to Protect Amendment Act, we actually think something simple, Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Act, is very apt, is very relevant, is very suitable in this particular circumstance. How many bills glow like this? Not any.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask the Minister a couple of questions. The first one is around the commencement date. Now, we have seen that the commencement date is the day after royal assent. Now, I would want to see if the Minister would consider pushing it back at least 3 months, so that way there is some clarity that is able to be granted to also the people who have who are applying or who have existing consent on some of the issues that we have heard our previous speaker, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, mentioned, the confusion around a lot of this because of the fact that we didn't get sufficient clarity. Now, the reason I'm suggesting pushing it back by at least 3 months, or even, just 3 months, I think that's sufficient, is the minister throughout this debate talked about the fact that this is required under urgency, etc. However, if we again go back to what started a lot of this, which is a High Court ruling, now the judgment was made on the 5th of March. That was 2 months ago. If Cabinet and if the minister was really serious about the urgency of the situation, this bill would have been brought to the House a lot earlier. It did not need to be brought in the House 2 months after that particular ruling. So clearly that the consent that, the backlog that the minister was referring to is not urgent enough for this bill to be brought to the House earlier. So I think another 3 months is not outside the realm of possibility and probability over here. Now, in terms of the title of this bill, I really liked the suggestion that the Honourable Rachel Brooking has made in terms of just who knows. And I would say that what about if the minister consider, wildlife shrug emoji amendment bill? Because that is essentially what we've got out of this entire debate. What we have heard is pulling teeth from the minister to try and get any ounce of information out that would have gotten quite succinctly and clearly by the officials during a select committee stage. But over here, what we have largely heard throughout the debate is politicization and back on track. But in terms of other potential title, I would actually propose an alternative pathway when we're looking at the title for this, because what we are seeing, and this is fundamental to democracy in Aotearoa, New Zealand, what we're fundamentally seeing with this is a distortion of the separation of power and the overstepping of that, and where the executive has decided to overstep into judiciary and affect the rulings of the judiciary and also the principle of comity. So I would ask if the minister would consider wildlife distortion of the separation of power amendment bill. But further on from that, the fact that we are doing this under urgency, we are being criticized for doing our job as the legislature to scrutinize the executive because we have no opportunity and the New Zealand public has had no opportunity to contribute to this. I would actually say that this is actually not about even parliamentary supremacy, because we have not been granted the privilege of that supremacy as the legislature. So I would recommend finally for the minister to consider the title Wildlife Forget About Parliamentary Supremacy, the Executive Rules Supreme Amendment Bill.
Mr. Chair.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, reflecting on this in the span of this term of Parliament, there was a very clear agenda set out by this government that they were going to prioritise extraction, the 19th century mindset of mining, over the protection of wildlife. And we had at the beginning of this bill, Minister Shane Jones, the proudest advocate for prioritising extraction over nature, explicitly sitting here in the room and making it clear that this bill was a necessity for facilitating his mining agenda. And I just want to remind the House, because it seems to have become so familiar to us, and it was at the beginning of the term of this government, the minister's famous words of "bye-bye Freddie," reference to him being willing to send to extinction those rare and unique frogs that we have in this country, those amphibians, the archies and the hotchsitters frog. This legislation is a specific mechanism, a pathway by which that vision of Minister Jones to send species extinct can be fulfilled. This is the Bye-Bye Freddie Amendment Bill. This is the bill that says that the Wildlife Act, that legislation put in place to actually protect our precious and unique Indigenous species, is going to be distorted to being a means to permitting and licensing the killing of wildlife. So I propose another title for this bill, the Bye-Bye Freddie Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Mr. Chair, just noting the Minister's reply to my suggestion about this Act is the Wildlife Authorisations but not Roads Amendment Bill, and he said, little roads aren't included in Schedule 9, so therefore Section 71 doesn't apply to them. I'm happy to amend my suggestion to the Wildlife Authorisations for large government roads but not little roads Amendment Bill, or perhaps we should just call it the Wildlife Authorisations Really Rushed Amendment Bill, because that is what it is. I do not, it appears that ministers have not realised that this doesn't apply, this whole amendment bill doesn't apply to those big roads, to the roads that aren't little roads, as the minister just called them. Because that is what all these speeches have been about, these big roads, not little roads, big roads that they want to do. And then it means that we should be looking at Schedule 9, the other things where a Section 71 authority must be required. So that's the Coal Mines Act. So I don't even know if that's been repealed or not, but presumably one of the, maybe the amendment to the title should be the Act is the Wildlife Authorisation, but not for big roads and coal mines. And then, but then there's also the Fisheries Act, 1908. Then the Forest and Rural Fires Act, 1977. The Government Railways Act, 1949. And I have not looked up whether or not these have been repealed or not. But the minister keeps saying that this is going to put things back on track. Well, it's not going to make any difference to railways as well as those big roads if that act is still in force. Not at all about back on track. We'll be seeing the minister here perhaps next week with another bill under all stages urgency to get things back on track and to build his big roads without needing the concurrence of two ministers. And then we've got the Mining Act, 1971, the National Parks Act, 1980, the Peel Forest Act, 1926, the Petroleum Act, 1937, that might be one that Minister Shane Jones is interested in, the Public Works Act, 1928, the Rabbits Act, 1955.
What's that, rabbits?
We've already talked about rats and mustelids in
Stoats and weasels.
This all stages urgency. So, but rabbits, now we've got rabbits in there as well. So this is the Wildlife Authorisations, but not nothing to do with rabbits amendment bill. The Reserves Act, 1977, and that is a bill, that is an act that I happen to know quite a bit about, and it's not repealed, and it's still on the books, so I don't know what the minister's saying. It is an old bill, it is younger than both the minister and I, but substantially... I'm older than the minister, and I appreciate that it has some outdated language in it as well as the Wildlife Act. But again, what this Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill, it will not apply to anything where the Reserves Act applies, because that has to go through, according to the minister, Section 71. Also, the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act, 1941, the Tramways Act, talking again about being back on track, the Waitangi Endowment Act, and the Waitangi National Trust Board Act, 1932. So, what the minister has told us is that any activity relying on one of those acts cannot get an authorisation made under this little amendment bill that we are doing, all stages urgency. So the title is wrong, and he should change that title. And my last suggestion is the Wildlife Authorisations for this week. I'll be coming back next week, amendment bill.
Maria Meno, Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, this is just my brief and very small contribution, but I'm drawn to make a contribution, particularly in terms of the title for this particular piece of nonsense, because it's because this is why, because no te aupauri ko te tahi kōrero mai te meringāroto he ha te mea nui o te ao. So I want to add this into all of the contributions, particularly from this side of the House. What might we call this bill? my suggestion to the Minister, and please, me whakarongo mai koe, he aha te mea nui o te ao ko te money me te mining bill. E hara ko te tangata. And with all seriousness, this particular, well, I don't know if it's this particular bill, it's all of the bills which disconnect, dismantle and cause great harm to our people, to our whānau, and to all the things that fly and crawl and swim, Minister. It's going very badly for us. It's going very poor for us. And unfortunately, you're leading that, Minister. So from Te Aupōuri, who, of course, that was raised last night, you all know, because Shane Jones and I share that wonderful whakapapa. I am drawn to stand and speak to this new title, which I really want you to consider seriously. He aha te mea nui o te ao, money and mining. Kia ora tātou.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
The debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā Kiwi whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Authorisation to Kill Wildlife Amendment Bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
He agreed. The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' amendment to Clause 1 inserting the words to kill after authorisations be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Tamapotaka.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill be now read a third time. I had a very favoured group when I was about 11 years old. The name of that group was Crowded House. And they had a great song. It started like this: everywhere you go, you always take the weather with you. And across that side of the house, it's very blustery, dank and dark. On this side, we're going for growth. New Zealand's wildlife is unique and precious to New Zealanders. This country is literally a slice of heaven. And projects that provide essential benefits to the lives of New Zealanders should be able to proceed without compromising our Indigenous species. The balance is key in the protection and the conservation of wildlife populations, and the key to protecting the world that our mokopuna deserve. The Wildlife Act, it's an important piece of legislation, but it's old and creaking. It's asking for the nature to enter me. The Act provides for the protection of wildlife throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand, including some of New Zealand's most endangered species. It protects our precious wildlife, those frogs that were mentioned before, bats, reptiles, and other things. It also recognises the need to regulate human interactions with them so that our actions do not negatively affect protected species in the long run. This bill makes specific targeted changes to respond to a High Court decision ruling in March this year that deemed the authorisation of incidental killing of protected wildlife under Section 53 of the Act to be unlawful. With these changes, we will restore people's confidence that they can carry activities lawfully when they're granted a permit and are meeting the conditions it sets. They will no longer feel like a group of Pacific lambs to the judicial slaughter. Enable DOC to regulate incidental harm so that these activities do not cause permanent harm to the viability of protected wildlife species. This bill does not make fundamental changes to the Wildlife Act. It addresses the issue at hand following the court decision while maintaining the existing foundations of this Act. Essentially, it restores what was understood to be the status quo and enables DOC to get on with a pragmatic approach to how it regulates harm to protected species, consistent with previous practice and the Act's protective purpose. A number of members have raised concerns that this bill will water down protections for wildlife and make it easier to kill wildlife. It does not lower the bar. This is not the case. The protective purpose of the Act remains, People have said that it is essential that DOC regulates and manages harm to wildlife to minimise its impacts and ensure our precious species are protected. This is exactly what this bill does. As I said, how many bills flow like this? Not many, if any. It does not reduce DOC's ability to protect wildlife. It does not change DOC's approach. Rather, this bill restores the regulatory approach that was universally understood, that had been taken by the Department of Conservation before the High Court's recent judgment. It will still be unlawful for developers and infrastructure providers to harm wildlife without getting proper authority from DOC. The overall effect of that authority must be consistent with protecting the effective wildlife population and species. I understand that some members are concerned about this bill proceeding so quickly without public consultation or scrutiny, Minister Jones, by a select committee. As previously mentioned, the recent High Court decision on the Mount Messenger case means that DOC can no longer authorise and manage incidental harm to wildlife under Section 53, as has been done in the past. And we need to be very mindful of that well-known Tim Finn song when he says, when you want to see where to sing the song of Parihaka, you've got to get over a road. And that road is Mount Messenger. Existing authority holders are concerned that they could now be prosecuted if their projects kill any protected wildlife despite having a permit and applying relevant conditions to protect them. This could lead to delay, stop projects spanning a wide range of activities: subdivision, construction, solar wind farms, power line maintenance, pest control. DOC has also pushed pause on deciding applications that involve incidental harm until this matter is resolved. Reminds me of that Op Shop song, actually. Lately, I've found myself wondering out loud, wondering what some of the MPs from the opposition party were actually saying. We urgently need to enable these applications to be processed so activities can go ahead with appropriate safeguards to protect wildlife. In this situation, urgency is warranted. The bill effectively restores DOC's interpretation of the status quo before the court's decision. And I've got to say, like that famous Herb song, since early March, it's always been on my mind. Some members have suggested that these amendments would not be necessary if the wider review of the Wildlife Act had already been completed. This review began under the previous government and is still going, and actually we're going to put the foot down. It remains a priority for me, and I've been given the encouragement by Matua, now you've got the Tama, and the consensus this afternoon hopefully shall be the Wairua Tapu. As I mentioned earlier, the Wildlife Act is over 70 years old. It's old, it's creaky, with many amendments over the last 70 years that have led to lose legislative coherence. It's been described as difficult, convoluted, confused. This Act needs mahi. But the Section 53 amendments that we're focusing on today are part of that large Act. There are many more issues that need to be addressed as part of the review. We need to take the proper time to complete that review, and I welcome the feedback and the engagement of many members of this House when we really get underway to ensure it's workable, to test these changes with stakeholders and the public. In the meantime, we can't wait until that review has been completed. We won't be left just turning pages. We've got to make this urgent fix to the problem at hand with these targeted amendments. Benefits of the bill: it's going to restore certainty. It's going to restore confidence. We need to make certain that people can rely on those authorisations that have been granted in the past, and that important development and infrastructure activities, pest control and other things, and important conservation work, including the TB program. I wish Minister Hoggard was here. He's got a lot of biosecurity questions to answer. This bill will ensure that this is possible. It delivers a pragmatic, practical fix to a problem that might otherwise stymie important mahi to get our economy moving again. It continues to ensure that our precious wildlife is protected. Members of the opposition have been vocal. They've expressed concern. And in my ears ring the words of Herb's in that fabulous song that was on my marriage CD. You say to me, let's walk on. That night out stirs my mind. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You would think that when a bill is rushed through all stages under urgency, when we've had a reasonably fulsome committee of the whole stage, that we'd have something at third reading to report back in terms of the detail of the bill. But I'm almost more confused about this bill having gone through committee stage than I was at the start. We didn't get any fulsome responses or any detail really clarifying what is quite a convoluted bill. And I don't blame the officials drafting it. They would have had to draft it under immense pressure, but that is why, Madam Speaker, throughout the course of the various stages of this bill in this House, members on this side of the House have asked and called upon the Minister to introduce perhaps even a 1-week select committee process so that we could finesse the detail of the bill, because it is confusing. The Minister himself stands in this House at the third reading and says that this isn't a bill that will dilute the purpose of the Wildlife Act, and yet it's going to allow all these things to go through. He can't really argue it both ways, and he hasn't, yes, we think, we're not even sure, came out in the committee stage that perhaps roads aren't actually part of the change, won't actually be able to build roads quicker and better as a result of this bill. So we're still none the wiser on this side of the House. What I am clear about, though, Madam Speaker, is this bill didn't need to be rushed through at the level of urgency that it's been through over yesterday and today. Anyway, no RIS, no regulatory impact statement, no released cabinet paper. It absolutely does dilute the purpose of the Wildlife Act, and ultimately it is a knee-jerk ad hoc reaction to a High Court ruling. There was a much better way that this could have been done. What's led to this? That High Court ruling that was just in March this year. Now we know that it's been since the Supreme Court ruling in 2019. The Minister couldn't even answer this in committee stage, but DOC approach to applications under Section 53 changed at that point. And at that point, wildlife permits under Section 53 were granted by looking at whether the project as a whole and whether the viability of the population was maintained or improved through the action or some unrelated action through the authorization. Now, the ruling basically said that you cannot kill protected wildlife if the primary purpose of the killing doesn't have a direct positive benefit, the direct nexus argument, to the purpose of the Act. So the nexus requirement is key, and that's really the crux of why we're here today. This bill ostensibly responds to that. So what the judge said was that the killing for the purpose of building a road was not directly connected to the protective purpose of the Act. So killing for the purpose of any other economic development project is not directly connected to the purpose of this Act, which is to protect wildlife. And so that's the main issue. At that point, any government, regardless of stripe, would have had a choice to make. Either you strengthen the legislation, you strengthen the Wildlife Act so that actually the permits or the authorizations are in keeping with the principal purpose and the primary purpose of the Act, or you dilute it and you just change the law in a sloppy way that we've seen yesterday and today to just tweak an already complicated, convoluted, potentially becoming slightly irrelevant Wildlife Act, to then revert the processes and then retrospectively make, the Minister tells us it's now 500 permits lawful, although they still don't meet the primary purpose of the Act. And that, Madam Speaker, is what we've seen take place under urgency through all stages today. As the Environment Law Initiative themselves have said, and I quote, "This was not a question of whether development projects could go ahead or not. It was about making sure all reasonable steps are taken to protect what we have left of our wildlife," unquote. So let me put to bed accusations from that side of the House that members on this side are anti-development. We're not. There was never any question that these developments would go ahead. It's how they go ahead that was in question. Whether reasonable steps would be taken to protect the wildlife that we have left, and that is an important point as well, because, Madam Speaker, Aotearoa, New Zealand has the highest species extinction rate in the world. More than 4,000 of our native species are at risk or threatened with extinction. Now, the Minister has on various occasions waxed lyrical about the fact that one of his key motivations as Conservation Minister is to increase tourism to New Zealand. What do most of our tourists come here to see, Madam Speaker? Our wildlife, our biodiversity is a huge draw card. So even if it's just from that point of view, what this minister should be focusing on is improving biodiversity, whereas this bill, this amendment bill, goes against that. It flies in the face of that. As I said previously, and I've said repeatedly in this House over the last, I don't know how many hours that we've been debating this bill in urgency, this is the antithesis of good lawmaking. It is sloppy. There was no need for it to be rushed all stages through urgency. We have made the case very clear on this side of the House that we could have had 1 week or 2 weeks of a select committee process where we could have teased out the wording in the bill. And we do have an issue with the wording of the bill, Madam Speaker. We believe that very soon this minister will be back in this House to tidy up this piece of legislation, because not even the minister in charge could effectively convince any of us on this side of the House that the wording in the bill actually made sense. I had to read the legislative statement to understand what this minister was trying to do, because the wording in the bill was so confusing. So we have no doubt that we're going to be back and debating this bill, because something would be wrong. So no select committee process. All we have is a couple of press releases from organisations that have invested time and energy over years looking at the Wildlife Act, and I feel that it's pretty disgraceful that we've locked out all of their voices when there was no real need for that to happen. That's not the way that law should be made or amended in this Parliament. It, in fact, as the Environmental Law Initiative has said quite clearly, it further complicates the Act. The Minister says, oh yes, at some point perhaps we'll look at reviewing the Wildlife Act, perhaps. We've heard from Minister Jones that he wants to get rid of the Act. So which is it, Minister? We had started to review the Wildlife Act. There was a report back from DOC. There's a whole piece of work that EDS has done on this. All the minister needed to do was to pick that up and get that done in the last 1.5 years. We wouldn't be here discussing this sloppy piece of legislation if the minister had just done that. Instead, what is this government's track record on the environment? It is, as many have said, to wage a war on nature. And the proof is in the pudding. The reduction of DOC funding to the tune of 130 million since this government has taken office. Stopping work that we had done on no new mines of conservation land, a plan for the Kermadecks. Well, there's still the Haraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, which we shepherded through, right through to the point that it's at now. But of course, in the 11th hour, that too will be diluted because of Minister Jones. And that, Madam Speaker, is what gives me no confidence that this minister is actually going to review the Wildlife Act. Because Minister Jones has been very clear that he doesn't want that to happen. And we've seen what's happened with the Haraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill. And that, in addition, we know that our biodiversity crisis in this country and climate change are the two biggest threats to the environment in New Zealand. And yet, what have we seen this government do? Repeals and deferrals on regulating, protecting fresh water and native species, the proposed repeal of the ban on offshore oil and gas exploration, setting climate targets so low, Madam Speaker, that we are now at risk of violating our commitments under the Paris Agreement. Not to mention the 30 by 30 target for marine protection. This minister says it is just aspirational. There's no legal requirement to do that. What is his vision for conservation in his cabinet paper? More visits by tourists and New Zealanders to our iconic landscapes, to activate more commercial opportunities, and enhancing biodiversity comes last in that. I would have thought, as Minister for Conservation, that would be his top priority. The only progress this minister has made in conservation is to make it easier for protected wildlife to be killed. I hope he's proud of that. We're not, and we don't commend this bill to the House.
Lan Farm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite perplexing in 2025 why it is so hard, seemingly, for us to just protect wildlife. And particularly when it comes to our threatened native species and taonga species, we know that the statistics are really bad, and there's some really clear basic measures that we could take to ensure their protection. We heard really clearly from the Minister some really lovely things about creating this world that our mokopuna deserve, but we also heard growth while protecting the environment. And what is absolutely crystal clear with this government is that simply saying protecting the environment means it is. And there are so many unresolved questions and uncertainty that this bill brings to this whole landscape of even attempting to protect the environment that have been unanswered. And particularly this critical one, that is still a mystery to me about how possibly this bill can be put through where the Director General of Conservation needs to be satisfied that through the killing of wildlife, populations of wildlife and individual wildlife will still be protected. It's nonsensical. It's adding this absolute cloud and uncertainty to the Wildlife Act, which was our key act that offered that protection for our wildlife. Madam Speaker, this law is a deep betrayal of the government's duty of care, not only to the environment, but to the people of New Zealand who care about the environment and want to see it actually protected. We are absolutely appalled about this government's use of urgency in rewriting this Wildlife Act without a regulatory impact statement, without cabinet papers being released, without any expert advice, voice of iwi hapu, voice of the public, in actually resolving this is an issue. This is an issue that needs to be resolved, but not like this. This rushing through of this legislation to enable the authorisation of the killing of wildlife is unnecessary, and it's going to make things more complicated. We feel like the fact that the Conservation Minister comes out, just days ago and says things like nature is, quote, part of our national identity, economy and way of life, and then insists that this kind of bill is still about wildlife protection, continually shows that this government is bulldozing this kind of thinking through the House, and it's a disgrace. You simply can't claim to value our biodiversity while forcing through law changes like this that make it easier to destroy it. This isn't about protecting biodiversity, it's about protecting profit and corporate greed. And the one thing that this government do not seem to understand is that when nature is only valued for its economic benefit, the outcome is inevitable, and we're seeing it today in our statistics across the entirety of our environmental domains, but particularly with biodiversity. We see destruction, we see exploitation, we see a decline in our environment and its health, and therefore a decline in the health of ourselves. Now, what is particularly concerning about this bill is that it's part of a trend of unprecedented changes within our environmental legislation. And this is where the whole thrust and purpose of these legislative bills that have been put in place is to protect the environment. Now, we're seeing this in the amendment to the Resource Management Act, where the whole purpose of it is to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects. And instead, the government are allowing significant adverse effects where there's already severely adversely affected or polluted waterways. We're seeing it with Fast Track, where all of the government's decisions under Fast Track relegate what we did consider environmental protections to simply be considerations that are now decided in the context of economic growth. And now we have these Wildlife Act changes that change the entire focus of the Wildlife Act to no longer be so clearly about protection. It's about the Director General now being authorised to allow these killings, and it's unnecessary. What was really concerning as well in this bill that we are still unclear about the actual resources that DOC will have to put in to enable this process to occur. We know that DOC are under huge strain, particularly when it comes to the budget cuts, particularly the 48 million or even more since this government have come in, where they are struggling. And this bill risks tying up their very limited resources and perversely allowing this killing of wildlife. Now, Madam Speaker, I think what is really concerning with this, sorry, I've just lost my notes here, thank you, is the point that my colleague made earlier in the debate, in the Committee of the Whole stage. And that was this analogy for us humans in our own work environment. And it was about when we humans work in, risky or dangerous workplaces, we don't actually authorise workplaces in anticipation of deaths. We don't authorise those deaths. We take every practical step to ensure risk mitigation, to ensure protection of life. That is exactly the approach which we can and should be taking with the Wildlife Act in this instance. We've heard various comments from the Minister that the Wildlife Act, for example, is wavering or creaking with its age, and it is. And I do welcome the acceleration of the review of the Wildlife Act because it is so badly needed. But it's not the Act that is wavering in this case. What is wavering is this government's duty of care to actually protect particularly our endangered and threatened native species, which we know are so dear and so integral to New Zealanders, our way of life, taonga species for iwi and hapu. And that's exactly what we want to remain the focus of the Wildlife Act. Muddying the waters and transferring this burden of proof and evidence and the actual circumstances of the killing of wildlife from the individuals and companies and entities to the Director General to hold that is completely unnecessary and completely counter to what New Zealanders expect from the Wildlife Act, what New Zealanders expect from the duty of care of this government, that they are showing time and time again. Not only do they not understand, but under the guise of the so-called protection of the environment, they are weakening, removing or completely abolishing protections that we so desperately need. These are the concerns that Te Pāti Kākāriki have with this bill. We absolutely do not support it. We think at the very least it could be going to select committees so we could actually get some public voice, actually get some expert voice, actually get iwi and hapu to help us resolve this actual problem rather than ramming this through under urgency. It's an absolute disgrace and the Green Party do not commend this to the House.
Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, thank you. ACT will be supporting this bill. It's a fantastic technical technical amendment to what is an outdated Wildlife Management Act, but it's really, really important that we do this at this time. It is minor, it is technical in nature, it is not a catastrophe, as the opposition has suggested. I just want to point out that every professional person involved in delivering infrastructure relies on professional ecologists and environmental scientists to tell them how to best mitigate the risks to New Zealand's little creatures when they go and build a road, when they go and build a pipeline, when they go and build a piece of electricity infrastructure. Professional ecologists, environmental scientists don't turn up to work every day to kill kiwi, skinks, geckos and bats. They come to work every day to deliver on the commitments that these projects have made to identify and protect these creatures. When we think about what infrastructure designers do, we think about the eco-viaducts that have been built over pristine areas of Indigenous vegetation, like the Northern Gateway in Auckland, a fantastic 4-lane toll road. We think about the Well, clearly these people don't want it to apply to roads, but I think it should. Manawatu-Tararua Highway, an eco-viaduct across an area of pristine Indigenous biodiversity. And then I want to come back to the Mount Messenger bypass, which is a road and which was the basis for the court case brought by the Environmental Law Initiative, which has led to the need for this amendment. Now, it might be amusing to the members on the other side of the House, but to professional people involved in managing the impacts on wildlife, they want to know there's some certainty. I'll give you an example. In the Mount Messenger bypass bat management plan, it recognises that bats are vagrants, because when bats make a nest or roost, they're only there for a short amount of time. And after the bats have left, which we can find out through listening devices and through visual observation, then it turns out you can safely clear the vegetation without any harm to the bats. That is one of the ways that we manage risks to Indigenous biodiversity under the Wildlife Act. So what's important about this piece of legislation? Provides certainty to infrastructure developers, roads or no roads. It provides certainty for ecology professionals doing their best to identify and protect New Zealand's threatened species. And then we think about, well, what more could we do? Well, this government is also looking into biodiversity credits and offsetting regimes, because it turns out sometimes when you need to build things, you do need to clear vegetation and there may be risks to Indigenous species. And that's why it's important to have lawful outlets where we can actually invest in biodiversity separately, rather than saying we can't do anything anywhere ever simply because we might harm something. That is a practical example of what this government is doing to address risks to Indigenous biodiversity. It's quite different to what the opposition is suggesting, which is do nothing, nowhere, never. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Shane Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today is Validation Day. Today is the Crown demonstrating through democracy, when the executive holds a majority in the House, that Parliament is sovereign. This is simply the executive that has a solemn duty to ensure that those mammals in the animal kingdom, otherwise known as human beings, don't play second fiddle to Freddie. We're not having that. This is also an opportunity for this side of the House to remind Kiwis that when the High Court makes a random decision, it is not unreasonable for the mining industry, the transport industry, the infrastructure industry, property developers, to ensure that the weaponisation of random skinks, hitherto unknown insects, and various other geckos, and those things that cackle beyond the other side of the house, that they will not trump the need for communities to enjoy access to reliable infrastructure. The virtue of this piece of legislation is that it is retrospective. It corrects a flight of jurisprudential development, which is a threat to the pace at which we develop the country. But let us contemplate how we have arrived at this situation. We are fixing up a problem that Labor left. Labor and the Greens had 3 unfettered years of power. 3 unfettered years where they could use their authority liberally to have fixed up this problem. No, they decided to hold policy seances. They decided to have an endless set of meetings in windowless and sunless rooms, not unlike the character they bring to their politics. It's fallen upon my colleague, Honourable Tama Potaka, to seize this issue and rescue the development of New Zealand's infrastructure from a narrow vested, and I have to say, Madam Chair, it's a very shadowy group that has brought this litigation. Their thinking is spawned in murk. Apparently the funder comes from somewhere in the South Island. I'm encouraging the media to look into what is the background of the funder of this subversive guerrilla-like organisation called ELI. They must be subject to the disinfectant-like qualities of sunlight, because they are wandering around interfering in the ambitions of communities to grow, finding obscure, pettifogging-orientated references in the law, and they're weaponising them. And I look forward to the Resource Management Act, the reform of the Fisheries Act, further reform of the Wildlife Act to ensure, indeed, the Conservation Act, to ensure there is balance. So it's actually a pleasure, Madam Speaker, in this third reading speech to remind all the men and women out there today, digging coal, looking for gold, generating wealth in the quarries, looking for new critical minerals, that their interests have not been subjugated by a small, unelected caste of intellectuals known as ecologists who keep looking for bats until the number 2s of a bat are discovered. I could have quickly directed their attention to number 2s in the House, however, that's another matter. So, we do look forward to further work on the Wildlife Act, but in the short term, let's celebrate the fact that this is a government who's going to stand up for investment certainty, jobs, growth. As I said last night, in the past I talked about the neffs off the couch. With investment in jobs, I'll get the neffs off the meth. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Tā koe te whirus.
A koe te pika. Tēnā opi tātou. E ara ke nei au ki te whakapua ki etahi. Kupu whakakōpani te kaupapa nei. Whakawhera no hoki te kaupapa nei. Hei whakarotanga mā te minita, mā tama pōtaka. Nō reira, i roto i te iwi Māori meana te kōrero toi tū te whenua whatu ngaro te tangata. Ko te tātai whakapapa he mea nui. And this bill will overturn the judgment of a high court. And as I spoke to last night, it seems that this government is quite fine with overturning rulings of courts, leaving not much confidence in the public for the longevity of, or even the presence of democracy. So we oppose this bill in the name of mana motuhake, because mana motuhake is the thing that hapu and iwi possess. And in mana motuhake relationships that include whakapapa, include te taiao, the natural environment, and those people. Those two things are inseparable. They are part of the knowledge system, the being system of te iwi Māori. And I know Tama understands it, but miraculously he seems to have forgotten it in his current state. I know Tama Pōtaka understands it, but he seems to have he taonga te wareware, tēnā no te tei kōrero. So, where does it leave us, really? Where does it leave us? Well, it leaves us with probably more problems to solve than answers. All of the recommendations of Chapter 4 of the Y262 claim, where taonga species are clearly defined, recommendations are clearly set forward. This action by the Conservation Minister just drives a bulldozer straight over that. The Y262 claim is one of the longest standing claims that Tama Pōtaka's own grandparents would have fought for, as did mine. So here we are. We have te minita o te papata whai. Hamumu nei tōna reo. Tōna waha me te ki nei kuia rā te kai tiaki o aku taonga. Kuia te kai whakaai i te oranga i te matenga rā nei o aku taonga. Ngā taonga o tōku whenua. Kaore mātou paku whakai ki tērā whakaro o tētahi kāwana ta ngāha kōkōwai. Nō reira kei te minita e ki. And it's highly unlikely that the provisions contained in this bill will uphold many of the other commitments that the Crown has already made in conservation in other areas, particularly in iwi settlements, like partnership and shared decision-making between departments and kaitiaki, i.e. the hapu and iwi. Partnerships between DOC and the iwi, treaty principles in general, policies in national parks, co-management and customary use, no ownership of protected wildlife. Māori ownership of taonga species in particular, completely related to the whakapapa kōrero that I just gave. These things all sustain culture. They are part of culture. They are not compartmentalised from a Māori point of view. Yet, here we are, passing a bill under urgency that does that for us. Tēnā koe te minita. Me mihi kia ora atu ki o iwi. So, here we are, te iwi Māori. Firstly, attack on Te Tiriti o Waitangi, besides all of the attacks on everything else we've had to endure over the last 18 months. And here we are, down to a plain-out attack on Te Taiao and all of the whakapapa connections and meaning that has to te iwi Māori. We do not agree. I want to give you a statement. I want to read you something from Ngaitahu. Conservation Minister Tama Pōtaka mentioned in a recent interview that it will cost too much to save every single species, and that we need to target only those of high value. Who determines high value? However, the whakapapa of Te Taiao relies on a collective of species to thrive, not individuals. Whakapapa stores key information, a reminder of where things come from, where to find them, when to use them, and for what purpose. Māori can recite whakapapa from the beginning of creation, from the stars to the oceans, from the trees to the birds, to the birth of the first human. This knowledge system connects us to our natural environment and everything in it, living as part of a system, not dominating or changing it. Those are the words of Ngaitahu. And they quite eloquently describe the natural relationship of Māori, the principal sovereign in this country, the partner that this House is obligated to listen and work to, completely out of the picture. So, nō reira te minita, take taiao, māua no e nei kōrero e kawe ki te motu, māua no e hiki e hāpai e whakatika hei tōna wā, kaore mātou mo te whakae.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not simply a disgraceful bill, but a convoluted bill. We have seen, as we go through the committee stage, nothing other than grandstanding and politicization from the minister to try and justify this bill, when all we're trying to do is to get some sense out of the bill, which we would have if this bill has gone through a select committee stage as per the normal parliamentary practice. But here we are. And here we are in Aotearoa, where the people of Aotearoa have not been granted their right to participate in our democratic system once again. And we have seen a troubling amount of that happening under this government. But a couple of things I want to address specifically around this bill. We have raised a number of questions to the Minister during the committee stage around the retrospectivity of this bill and the fact that what we are seeing is a knee-jerk response to what is a standard process and what is the rightful process under the separation of power and under the constitutional arrangement of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to allow the judiciary to interpret the law as required. But what we are seeing here is the executive overstepping and then overstepping the judiciary's decision. And we have specific clauses in here that refers to that specific ruling. This is really, really concerning, Madam Speaker, because the part of the retrospectivity here that is the concerning part is we have yet, and we still do not have clarification on the extent of the authorities that will be granted, that will be affected, and also the effect that it will have on our taonga, on our natural species. We would have gotten all of this if we had proper public consultation and we are able to talk to and speak to and ask questions to the officials. But again, we have not been granted that very basic right as parliamentarians. We have heard from people in the House talking about, oh, we are looking at your New Zealander who just want to get and build infrastructure for Aotearoa and be able to do the work, and they care about the species and want to be outdoors. Let's be clear. This bill and the authorities has nothing to do with the people, the New Zealanders who build our infrastructure, but everything to do with the companies who may potentially just want to cut corners on squeezing every dime out of the nature and out of New Zealand. There are so many contradictions within this bill, Madam Speaker. This is fundamentally what we're seeing as inconsistent with the purpose of the Wildlife Act, which is to protect. And as much as we hear the ministers and the governing parties trying to gaslight the New Zealand public by saying that by killing we are actually protecting, how? Where? This is actually in the explanatory note of the first page. So maybe if the governing parties would read the bill and do their job once in a while, maybe they will actually understand what is happening here. We have heard before from the previous speaker that we operate within the ecosystem, and we simply do not know the impact of this bill. And I go back to what the Attorney General said last year. The fact that we're using urgency rushed through laws means that we're making bad laws, and we will come back for this. What we are seeing is a government that panders to the greed of international overseas companies at the expense of the taonga of Aotearoa and of our future generations. The debt that this government refuses to acknowledge and refuses to take on is the debt against our future generations and our mokopuna. And what this government has been doing and what this government has done through this bill is give people license to kill.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Madam Speaker, and I rise in support of the Wildlife Authorisation Amendment Bill. Well, we have just heard what was great theatrics, also some great scaremongering from the other side. The hyperbole, Madam Speaker, is unbelievable. You think they've been listening to the Counting Crows on repeat about paving paradise. But let's be clear, that is just hyperbole and scare tactics. What we're doing is about reinstating a system that has worked for many years. DOC only authorises projects when there's incidental harm, and only when it is minimised and the permits are granted with very strict conditions to protect that wildlife population and its long-term viability. And we're not debating that. It is a good aim and that is what we're continuing to do. If you listen to the other side, you'll think that it was completely the opposite. This isn't about allowing unchecked development. It covers things like pest control, which is actually an essential part of preserving our biodiversity. Unfortunately, in pest control, some things can have incidental harm. But this piece of legislation is about restoring certainty, not about removing protections. Engineers, pest control specialists will still need to minimise harm, still seek to relocate animals wherever possible and to look after our environment. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Oh, well done. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow, what an interesting time we've had during a number of debates we've had in urgency, all stages urgency on this bill. I did not expect to be called creative for suggesting something that is normal, good practice for a bill that is going through all stages urgency to have a review. Apparently that's creative. Nuh-uh. This is what the Labour government did after the cyclones. A proper emergency. There is no proper emergency here. There is no need for the complete absence of a select committee process. Could be a short one. I'd take the point that the court case has resulted in the need for a fix. We're not debating the need for a fix and that general policy intent. But we don't know what that fix is because this bill is so badly drafted. And the Minister refused to answer my drafting questions about Clause 4 of the bill. So it still makes no sense. And then we found out that, in fact, seems like most of the government bench's speeches that have involved roads are entirely wrong. That this bill doesn't do anything about new road projects for government roads because all of those projects still need a Section 71 permission authority, and that requires the concurrence of 2 ministers, which is a much more arduous administrative thing to do than getting a permit from, or an authority from, a Director General or delegate. So government ministers have crowed about how this bill that requires urgency, all stages urgency, is going to get us back on track. But I don't think it's going to apply to railways, and it's certainly not going to apply to government roads. Yet I haven't heard any acknowledgement of that from the government members in their third reading speeches. All I heard is from the ACT member, his whole contribution was about government roads and how this amendment bill would fix his problem. Madam Speaker, it does no such thing. And that is why I think the government will be back here next week. Yeah. We will be back in urgency next week because I do not think that this government is good at learning lessons, and there is a very basic lesson here to learn, and that is if you are drafting law under speed, not using Parliamentary Council office, I presume, and bringing a bill to a House under 2 months after a court decision and not sending it to Select Committee, it will be muddled. There will be mistakes. One way to get around that would be for a minister to act in an engaged way with questions in the committee stage and take a little bit of time to go through some of the key sentences. That did not happen. The minister could have kept us in committee stage and stopped at that point, not gone to third reading. I'm advising the minister he will regret not asking the Leader of the House to come down here late last night, just before midnight, when we were still in the committee stages still on part one and say, actually, I'm ending urgency now, so that this bill has some time for the government to consider what it does, because at the moment it makes no sense. It does not do what the ministers say it's going to do. That is a problem for them. Another solution, which again, I don't think this government is likely to learn from, is one of those so-called creative review clauses, so that this bill could be sent before it commences to the Regulations Review Committee or another select committee to review not the policy intent, but the actual logistics of how the bill is supposed to work, and then come back. But the minister has disregarded all of these suggestions and quoted a lot of music at us. I note that he hasn't quoted Scorpio girls because, of course, Scorpios are not included in the protections of the Wildlife Act. But I do note that the wording of can't get enough, well, I was kind of wondering whether you can help me out with a problem that will kind of make you go scream and shout whenever they're bringing it back. Now that, I think, is pertinent to how I have been feeling during these debates. There is a little bit of making me want to go scream and shout, Madam Speaker, because I have tried over and over again to try and engage with the minister about how it is that the words in his bill make sense, how it is that they don't contradict each other. And there is clearly confusion on the government, because we heard in question time in real time yesterday, but still on the 6th of May in this House, that Acting Prime Minister Winston Peters, at his first go at answering a question, said, no, this is just about culling. But then we hear all these other speeches, no, this is about housing. Oh, this is about roads, government roads. Then we find out, no, it's definitely not about government roads, because Section 71 applies to those, not 53, is what the minister said. Doesn't apply to new government roads. Well, the minister's interjecting here. I think his head is down, but is saying new roads. That's right, new roads. They have to go through Section 71, which is quite different from the rhetoric that we heard in the speeches from government members. So this bill is a hot mess, Madam Speaker, and it just shows the craziness of using all stages urgency, particularly when the policy problem has only arisen recently, so there's clearly not been much time to develop that. That is me being positive rather than cynical about why this bill is in fact in front of us in all stages urgency. And a cynical version could be, well, we know that the Minister for Resources doesn't like wildlife protections of any sort. He thinks that the only mammals we should be concerned about are humans. Goodbye Peka Peka. Goodbye Freddie the Frog, he says. And we know that he has already passed the terrible fast-track legislation that overrides environmental protections. And one aspect of that fast-track, which I don't disagree with, is that you can be a one-stop shop. You can look at different permissions that you would need. So often a big project, such as a large road, might require or will require some sort of resource consent and also an authority under the Wildlife Act. So you can have the decision makers consider both of those decisions together. We know that there are there are projects on that fast track list that get a private benefit by not having to abide by the normal environmental protections that other consent applicants would have to do. We know that some of those are in areas where there is wildlife. We keep hearing the Minister for Resources talk about Freddie the Frog. So is this bill really here under all stages urgency because of Freddie the Frog? We don't know. We haven't had a regulatory impact statement. We don't even know if the applications under the Fast Track Act that might be in National Park might involve some ancient legislation that is mentioned in Schedule 9 of the Wildlife Act, whether this bill in front of us will apply or not. We don't know that. We do know that this government has cut funding to conservation, has cut funding to anything environmental, has a total disregard for the importance of our economy being based on our environment. It seems that all you need are roads. You don't need to worry about the air that we breathe if you listen to the ACT contributions on this bill. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are opposing this bill. It is a dreadful process. The government doesn't know what it's doing, and shame on them.
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of reference to New Zealand music, being New Zealand Music Month, and I'm pleased to say that Homegrown, New Zealand's largest music festival, will be held at the City of the Future, Hamilton, in March 2025. So really looking forward, 26, looking forward to that. And on that note, I commend this bill to the House.
Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just indulge the House quickly, if I might, because the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary has yesterday reintroduced kiwi into Nelson Whakatū, and I'd like to congratulate them. And I've got Kapiti Kiwi here with me, and just to celebrate that immense achievement for the team at the Brook. And I think it's appropriate when we're talking about this bill that I congratulate the team and acknowledge and bring Kapiti Kiwi into the House. So this is to the team at the Brook. Thank you for all of your mahi over so many years to get us here. And now to the bill, which is not something to celebrate. So I might just start, Mr. Speaker, by focusing on the process that we've followed so far. And my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, has traversed this very, very well, but there are some really significant process reasons why we are not supporting this bill today. There was no regulatory impact statement. There's no cabinet papers available, no select committee. Now, we'll get to that a little bit about the impact of that, but the lack of a select committee has led to us having a situation where this bill is just not in a workable state. The minister's going to have to come back to progress further legislation, or there's going to be stuff in the courts that's going to come up as a result of it. The other thing is that last night in the committee stage, I must say it would have been really helpful if the minister could have been more concise in his answers. One thing he said, and I think it's a good example, he called the discussion in the committee stage that we're starting to stray into feral space based on speculation and conjecture. What does it even mean? You know, the minister could have spent some time answering questions properly, some really legitimate legal questions that we had yesterday. So, as the Honourable Rachel Brooking has said, there are a couple of matters that are quite critical to this. We don't disagree that there's actually an issue that has been raised by the courts that needs to be addressed. The minister could have actually reached across the House and talked to us, and we would have been able to come up with some shared solutions.
Did that happen?
Didn't happen.
No.
And I'd say to him next time, come and talk to us in advance, because I agree, as the animal welfare spokesperson, that there's an issue to be resolved. Quite happy to engage about what is the pragmatic solution, because this isn't it. The minister finally admitted that Section 53 doesn't apply to government transport projects, which was actually the court case. So the court case involved a government roading project, and it doesn't actually address that specific issue. So why are they doing this? Why are we doing this under urgency? Why? I mean, what else could be going on here? We've got fast track projects coming through. What is that going to mean for our wildlife if the government, it appears, is seeking to make a more permissible approach to killing wildlife, potentially to get some of their little pet projects through, when it doesn't actually address the very, very issue that came to the House, to the House via the courts.
Oh, would that be fast drafting?
And so the Minister also could have sent this to a select committee. I sat on the Governance and Administration Committee a couple of years ago where we had 2 bills related to Cyclone Gabriel come through, and on both occasions we had short select committees, 2 or 3 days. We reached out to potential stakeholders and submitters. We heard from submitters, and that helped ensure that there was a robustness around the select committee process, so we got better law as a result. There is a reason why Parliament has select committees. That's what they're there for. They're actually there to directly engage with officials, with the Parliamentary Council Office, because the actual Wildlife Act itself is well overdue for a rewrite. So if you read through section 53, it's challenging to interpret anyway. Now you've added 53A, which is written in gobbledygook, in my view, and the two combined together make it even more challenging. So there's going to be a huge job for lawyers, a huge job for the courts to actually try to get their head around understanding this bill. But I predict the Minister's going to be back because I think others, probably the Minister of Transport, might be a bit concerned to hear that it doesn't actually apply to his government transport projects, and he might have a yarn to the Minister and ask for them to come back. I don't commit this bill to the House.
Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This bill just validates existing permits, ensuring that holders of those authorisations can actually continue their activities without legal risk, provided they comply with conditions. And it applies to a wide range of activities such as infrastructure and environmental programs like TB-free, which may cause incidental harm. So it's not about allowing unchecked development, it's about protecting people who have followed the rules. We're validating those authorisations granted before 5th of March 2025 and restoring the ability to process new applications responsibly. I commend this bill to the House.
Kamala Billich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is the first opportunity that I've had to take a call on the Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill. And to be quite honest, I just wanted to make a few comments around the process of this bill. This is the second bill that we have seen go through this House, all stages urgency. No regulatory impact statement. No regulatory impact statement. Retrospective effect. Now, this is very similar to the last bill that we saw go through urgency. No regulatory impact statement. Retrospective effect. What kind of government is this that puts these types of bills, and these are not minor issues, these are not cleaning up tiny things. These are things like bringing in a law that would get rid of the pay in women's pockets and allowing and most likely causing further deaths for our wildlife and making it easier for those to occur in this type of legislation. This is absolutely shocking behaviour on behalf of this government, and it's something that everyone on the other side of the House should be ashamed of. And Mr Speaker, although I haven't been involved in this bill, although there hasn't been much opportunity, I have to say, to be involved in this bill, normally would say I wasn't able to be at select committee, but unfortunately, Mr Speaker, there was no select committee for this particular bill. And this bill has really been as a result of a decision by the courts, which, as my colleague Rachel Brooking and then my colleague Rachel Boyack in a later contribution have explained was a court case that came about, and there was a very particular finding in that the government is reacting to, overtly reacting to in this particular situation, bringing in retrospective law without any thought as to what it could be. And for me, Mr Speaker, this is an area that I know is very important to a lot of New Zealanders. A lot of New Zealanders care very much about the natural environment. It's a value that many New Zealanders share, that we should protect our natural environment. In New Zealand, we have a very, very important natural environment.
with a lot of different animals that are there and that should be protected. And we do have a lot of endangered species. And we do have a lot of particular, especially bird life, marine fish species. We've got a lot of native reptiles, frogs, bats. And I know my colleague Rachel Brooking is very passionate about the fact that we should protect our bats. We need to take pragmatic decisions as adults, sensible decisions to make sure that when we are implementing law change, we are not putting these species at risk. And these species, they are not obviously in the position to advocate. It's up to us. It's up to us to look at our biodiversity and make sensible decisions around the laws that we bring in. And this particular law, I've had a look through it, and Mr. Speaker, I have to say there are a number of aspects of it which are incredibly concerning. And I don't think it would take many New Zealanders very long to reach that same conclusion if they were looking at this particular act. Essentially, it makes it easier and more permissible, as far as I understand, and I'm not the major expert here, but you've heard from some of my colleagues who are, makes it easier and more likely that these important wildlife will be killed. And I don't think that's acceptable. I don't think it would be acceptable to most New Zealanders. I don't think the legislative process is acceptable. I think this is bad law. I think the other side of the House should be ashamed, not only of the content of this law, but the process of what has gone through. The Labour Party will not be supporting this particular bill, and I would like the government to really reflect on why they continue to take these reactionary steps when there have been well thought out decisions made by our courts, when these are important decisions to be made that have implications on our natural world, and why they need to bring these through urgency. All stages urgency. It is absolutely shocking. I feel that there will be, as my colleague Rachel Brooking said, definitely that this bill will be back in the House, so it will waste further time. And this is the deep irony of urgency, Mr. Speaker. When you bring a bill which isn't fully thought through, when it hasn't had the opportunity of submissions from Select Committee, where there hasn't been the opportunity to scrutinise all of the nature of the bill, often that needs to come back to the House as an amendment bill, and that wastes time. So if the government is trying to save time, actually they will waste more time in the long run, and they will waste New Zealanders' money, because there will be court cases, there will be aspects of this bill which are unclear. This is not how we should make good law. We saw that yesterday when the pay equity changes were rushed through under urgency, and we're seeing it again today. And unfortunately, we do have other bills on the urgency agenda here. So, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party will not be supporting this bill. And I, again, would ask colleagues on the other side of the House to really reflect on how they have determined to make law, what that says about them as a government, and about the future implications for New Zealand and our wildlife as a result of this terrible bill.
Thank you. Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to take the final call in support of the Wildlife Authorisation Amendment Bill on its third reading, because all we're doing here, Mr. Speaker, is actually just getting things back on track so that we can go out there and we can do the pest control, we can control the possums in the bush, we can build the roads, including the one over the Brindewans. I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
Whātukau iwa e whakai.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe rawatu ana.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Wildlife Authorisations Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Social Security Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Social Security Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Our government believes that people are better off in work. And since 2023, unfortunately, the number of working age individuals receiving a main benefit has steadily increased. It is critical that we have a welfare system that actively supports job seekers into work rather than allowing them to get stuck on welfare. Mr Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Social Security Act and the Social Security regulations to expand and enhance welfare settings to support people off benefit and into employment. The welfare system will always be available to support people when they need it, but they need to meet their obligations to look for a job and be held accountable when they don't. That's why last year I launched the traffic light system to communicate to clients what's expected of them when they are on a benefit. Those changes reinforced the expectations for those on benefit, and now I'm ready to expand and strengthen the tools available to support people into work through this bill. Mr Speaker, currently a financial sanction is the only option available to MSD when responding to an obligation failure. Clients who have a Grade 1 financial sanction imposed have their main benefit reduced by half. This bill introduces non-financial sanctions, money management and community work experience, which will expand MSD's toolbox. They provide an alternative option for some clients' first failure that enables them to keep their full payment, while reinforcing the message that failing to meet obligations is not acceptable. The bill also extends the period over which an obligation failure counts against clients from 12 to 24 months, increasing the likelihood that those who are repeatedly refusing to comply with their obligations will have their benefit cancelled if they remain on the benefit for more than a year. I also propose 2 other changes that focus on assisting people into employment. The bill will require new applicants for certain benefits with work-related obligations to have completed a job seeker profile before their benefit is granted. This change will encourage work-focused conversations from the earliest possible opportunity and help MSD to better match people to suitable job vacancies. The bill will also reduce the amount of time someone who is on the job seeker support before they must reapply from 52 weeks to 26 weeks. This means that clients will have more frequent engagements with MSD about employment. Mr Speaker, I'd like to put on record my thanks to the Social Services and Community Select Committee for its careful consideration of the bill. I also want to thank the members of the public and organisations who provided both written and oral submissions. I have heard and want to acknowledge the concerns associated with these changes, and I want to reassure members of this House and the public that the non-financial sanctions proposed in this bill will only affect those who are not complying with their obligations. Non-financial sanctions will ensure accountability while recognising that financial sanctions are not the answer for everyone. I accept, Mr Speaker, that the opposition would prefer to have financial deductions taken off people's benefits. This side of the House don't see that necessarily as the best first option. Other changes in the bill reinforce the government's commitment to helping people transition off benefit and into employment. It is not acceptable that over 70% of people on job seeker support who are not in employment case management will experience only one work-related engagement in a year in their 52-week reapplication. Having more frequent work-focused engagements through reapplications will reinforce the importance of looking for work. After its consideration of the bill, the Social Services and Community Select Committee has recommended the introduction of 2 additional non-financial sanctions, as well as further minor amendments to better support the effective administration of the proposals in this bill. The two additional non-financial sanctions are report, job search and upskilling. These will sit alongside the other non-financial sanctions detailed in the bill as introduced. As they appear, clients will be required to report on their job search activities. Mr. Speaker, if people are undertaking job search activities, it is more likely they will find a job. And also the other one is to participate in employment-related training. As with money management and community work experience, these new non-financial sanctions will not impact clients' entitlement and will reinforce the expectation that they are searching for or preparing for work. I want to again thank the members of the Social Services and Community Select Committee for their careful consideration of the bill, and I look forward to seeing the amendments progress towards the initial changes proposed. This bill represents another important step forward in refocusing our welfare system to better support individuals towards employment. By introducing these changes, we aim to create a more transparent, accountable and work-focused environment for job seekers. I look forward to seeing this bill, Mr. Speaker, progress through the remaining stages of the parliamentary process and commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Well, I rise once again, Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament to speak against this government's cruelty and spite. Cruelty and spite, Mr. Speaker, aimed at the poorest and most vulnerable with this appalling amendment to the Social Security Act. Following on in terms of what happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we should not be surprised. We should not be surprised because this is all about saving money in terms of the budget. That's what yesterday was about, at the expense of women around the nation. I salute all the women who stood up, particularly our women in Labour, and the vote of no confidence they put in this government yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I bring this up because this is very, very similar to what's happening in terms of this Amendment Act. And yesterday we traded away generations of great work by people, all to save Nicola Willis's budget. It was a disgraceful act from the government yesterday, and particularly with our women lined up, some of the National Party women. I look at the Minister now, who's been a former Minister for Women, and ask her, how could yesterday have happened? And the whole nation is asking questions, Mr. Speaker. The whole nation is asking questions about how a National Party who previously supported equity in terms of equal pay, how they could walk away from that yesterday. It was a disgraceful act.
Well, Mr. Jackson, they're probably waiting for you to get onto this bill too.
I had to make that comparison with yesterday, Mr. Speaker, because it's all very, very similar. Anyway, this is not about helping the welfare, Mr. Speaker, of our most disempowered Kiwis. This is about punishing them. That's what this kaupapa is about today. Very similar to yesterday, punishing them for having the audacity of looking to the New Zealand state for help. Oh, well, how sad that is that they're being punished for asking the government for help, but they're getting continually punished, Mr. Speaker, damning them with needless bureaucracy that will be managed by a faceless AI program, as if their disability has magically healed since you last asked them. Penalising them with sanctions that remove their agency of spending money with a money management scheme that makes it impossible, Mr. Speaker, makes it impossible for beneficiaries to pay for rent, power bills and the ability to buy school uniforms. This is what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. They're doing it under the umbrella of urgency, and they're forgetting about our vulnerable people at the coalface who are not able to organise themselves at time, who need a bit of support, who need a bit of awhi, who need a bit of community help. This is what this minister is doing, a former Minister of Women's Affairs. This isn't welfare reform, Mr. Speaker. It's revenge against the poor for having the temerity to ask for help from the government, who have purposely, Mr. Speaker, crashed the economy and pushed up unemployment. No doubt about that. Check the Māori unemployment rates out. If you're having a laugh over there, Mr. Mooney, check the Māori unemployment rates out, and you'll see that the Māori unemployment rates, Mr. Speaker, are getting worse and worse. Yes, so read. There is no change there. How outrageous, though, for Joe Mooney and his crew to crash the economy. I mean, it's just so spike unemployment, then punish those Kiwis needing help from their economic decisions, Mr. Speaker. So we don't have money for beneficiaries. Oh, but we do have money. We do have money for military. We do have more military. We do have money for tax cuts. That's the theme, Mr. Speaker. It's always the theme here. We've got money for the tax cuts. We've got money for rich landlords. We've got 200 million to New Zealand First's mates in the tobacco industry. Let's be clear. There is money, but there's just no money for the poor. There's no money for the vulnerable. There's no money for those who are struggling. There's now no money. Now our women, they're taking money away from everyday New Zealand women, and this government will pay. They will pay for their decision yesterday, Mr. Speaker. They know it, one of the worst decisions they've ever made, and it'll catch up on them. This kaupapa, Mr. Speaker, these amendments will result in more beneficiaries and their dependents unable to buy food, Mr. Speaker, pay rent and other basic bills. The policy will generate more hardship, more poverty and more homelessness. The community work experience, that sounds nice. We'll go out and have Joseph Mooney and his mates will go out and give you a boring speech in the community, and it all sounds now nice, but it amounts to forced labour that if they don't complete, they lose their welfare, Mr. Speaker. They lose their welfare. That's what this community experience is all about. Making those on welfare poorer and more abused so that the poor will cower and ask for more help. Please, government, please help us. This is the sort of bullying, of course, that Donald Trump does, and we know that the government is a great fan of Donald Trump, and they love Trump. Winston says so. They replicate and duplicate him all the time, Mr. Speaker, and that's the strategy. It's all about bashing the vulnerable. This terrible government, Mr. Speaker, is in trouble when they start bashing beneficiaries for nothing more than their reactionary, angry voters, because that's all this is, Mr. Speaker. It's about bashing beneficiaries, and I'm pleased that I've just come onto the select committee, but I've seen the type of resistance given by the Greens, ourselves, Māori Party, to Pāti Māori, I should say. It's been a good response in terms of this kaupapa. Mr. Speaker, all this is highly counterproductive and will only entrench poverty by spawning an underclass frightened to engage with the system. And that's the type of feedback I'm getting back from the experts out there. The government wants to make the process of obtaining welfare, they want to make it as difficult and draconian as possible so that it intimidates and frustrates those attempting to use it in the hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will simply go away. That's the strategy. That's what this government are really doing with this amendment. They want all the poor people to go away. It's like the emergency housing kaupapa, Mr. Speaker. You hear them waffling on about their numbers. They're carrying on, we've reduced the emergency housing numbers, Mr. Speaker. No one knows where these people have gone. You ask Minister Pōtaka, I don't know where they are. But Minister Bishop will come out with, we've reduced it from so many. It's just a disgrace. They're putting them out on the road, Mr. Speaker. They're putting them out on the road. People are dying out on the streets. The most appalling part of this is that the government are making these types of cruel decisions because, as we all know, they refuse point blank to tax their rich mates. That's just the reality. They want to look after their rich mates. That's what this is all about. New Zealand know it. So who are we going to boot? We'll boot the women, we'll boot the vulnerable, we'll boot the beneficiaries, we'll boot the Maoris. They are a disgrace, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Jackson, if you could just tell us what it is that the government are doing and what came out of the select committee.
Lots came out. I thought I'd been doing that, Mr. Speaker. We know, well, let's talk about community work experience. Thank you for that reminder. The community work experience or the money management scheme. This is the key to the minister's success, the money management and community work experience. But they won't be able to access emergency housing or special needs grants, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem here. The government is saying we've got the
panacea. We've got the recipe here where, you know, we'll look after you. We'll look after you by going from 52 weeks to 26 weeks. Come on. You know, we can't we can't keep bashing beneficiaries and think that's the solution. They're setting every poor person up for failure by punishing them, Mr. Speaker, with sanctions. They're making it impossible. That's the key here. They punish them with sanctions, and then you make it impossible for them to access grants or special housing, you know, their housing special needs grant. So it's not about the welfare of the people, Mr. Mooney. You should know. In fact, you should hang your head in shame being the chairman of the select committee. You were driving this for your rotten government. So this isn't about the welfare of the people. It's about punishing the poor with ever-increasing thresholds, Mr. Speaker. That's the key. Purposely designed, here's the thing, to confuse, frustrate and demean individuals. That's what it's all. They make it so difficult. They make it so tricky to traverse these areas that some of the beneficiaries, they just give up. They just give up. They've got to pick this call up. They've got to ring Joseph Mooney. They've got to, you know, it's just an impossible strategy. Next, they've got to ring Louise. No, they've got to comply with this National Party. There's no aroha from this government, no compassion, no kindness in their welfare. It's a bleak diet, Mr. Speaker, of animosity and hostility. The National Party and this coalition government should be ashamed of themselves, and it's all going to come home to roost. Mark my words. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
This government should hang their heads in shame for trying to push a bill that will literally increase poverty and deprive people from the means of surviving. No matter how much spin we get from the minister that these are so-called non-financial sanctions, if anyone reads this bill, they'll understand that if you're subjected to these non-financial sanctions, you can't access hardship assistance. What that means is, and you would understand if any of them actually talk to people on the benefit, that many people on the benefit rely on hardship assistance on a regular basis to put food on the table. If you're subjected to non-financial sanctions, you have a financial impact on you, which is that you can't put food on the table. And I find it appalling and actually ignorant from the minister to say that we prefer financial sanctions. If it was up to the Greens, we would have a welfare system that actually adequately supported people into employment, because this is not what the government is doing. The government is not actually supporting people into employment. They have created so much bureaucracy for work and income that they now have to stop other programs because, as MSD said it themselves, their front line is oversubscribed. Thanks to the government's own cuts, own actions, and ineffective policies that do nothing but create more hardship. The sanctions in this bill will simply push people deeper into poverty. Make no mistake. I can't accuse anyone on the other side of the house of lying, but at the very least, what I can do is point out the facts that they just seem to ignore. The facts in this bill, and anyone who reads the report, because members seem to be either unable to read or unwilling to see the truth, is that this bill will literally push people into potential homelessness. For example, compulsory money management. What it will do is it will put 50% of someone's income into a green card. What it will mean is that people who spend around 50% of their income weekly on rent will literally be unable to put food on the table. And actually, again, facts. We just need to look at the ministry's own figures to show that actually on average, people on the job seeker spend more than 50% of their income on rent. That means that people subjected to compulsory money management won't be able to afford their rent, and they won't be able to access emergency housing actually if they're subjected to that benefit sanction, because according to this non-financial sanction, they won't actually be able to obtain that level of support. And I see members of the ACT Party yelling at me, but I dare them and challenge them to actually talk to anyone who they've punished, anyone who they've sanctioned, and talk to them about whether it's easier to find employment when you're struggling financially, when you can't even access this financial support that allows you, for example, to get uniformed for an interview, when work and incomes, wait times on the phone to access support when you need help, financial help for transport are so long that you may be missing appointments to actually help you get a job. Aotearoa actually invests less than other comparative countries on initiatives that help people get into employment. So it's all smoke and mirrors from the government when they tell us that their goal is to get people into employment. Their goal is to simply strip people of the income support. And we know this because, again, facts, the government has a target to get people off the benefit. This target does not include getting people into jobs. It simply includes stripping people of the means to survive. We've got other benefit sanctions, including in this bill, including the community work experience, which, as others have talked about, it's forced labour. And that the government take into account the feedback from community organisations? No, they didn't. Community organisations who submitted to this committee told us very explicitly that they were not adequately consulted, and that actually most of them did not have the means to accommodate people on the benefit subjected to this kind of sanctions, and actually destroys the purpose. This is what we heard from submitters, no matter how much those members want to cover their ears, that actually if people are forced to attend volunteer organisations, it destroys the very purpose of volunteering, of the spirit of community that is built by those very organisations, many who are filling the gaps thanks to the cuts that this government has made. The government, on top of that, decided to introduce 2 additional benefit sanctions with absolutely zero scrutiny. And I look forward to scrutinizing the government for this terrible lawmaking that they've decided to pursue by actually adding further benefit sanctions without public consultation, without the ability for members of the public to give their feedback. And actually, the public feedback is critical here because we had over 3,000, almost 3,500 submissions sent to this bill. Over 97% of people did not support this bill. Less than 3% of people actually supported this bill. If this government was so confident that the reforms were so popular, why didn't their supporters actually swarm the select committee to tell us how much they love punishing beneficiaries? Because I know that actually everyday people want all of us to do well. And actually when we have people who are stripped of the means to survive, what they end up is in the streets with poor health, and there's costs to livelihoods attached to that. Even within their fiscal conservatism, it makes absolutely no sense. Economics across the world have told us that actually it makes sense to invest in a welfare system that adequately supports people. And yet this government does not care. They don't care about the evidence that sanctions do not support people into employment. We literally just had media reports that quoted MSD saying that there's no actual correlation they can find between sanctioning someone and someone then finding employment, which means actually all these sanctions end up doing is pushing people into hardship. It's intellectually dishonest for the government to call these non-financial. There are literal financial consequences attached to this bill. And we also know, again, facts, that the government is just simply trying to make it harder for people to stay on the benefit by actually making them reapply for a benefit twice as often. When we have the Ministry of Social Development already telling us that the frontline is oversubscribed, I can't see how this will actually help anyone in any meaningful way, because all it will do is add busybody and to the front line, who are trying, many of them, to simply support people to have the bare minimum. When you have a front line that is actually busier, doing all this additional admin work and applying all these nonsense sanctions, they actually don't end up given the tools and the means to support people to be their best selves, to enter employment that meets their skills and aspirations. And the government actually has also sneaked through other changes that will make it harder for people who are in part-time employment to remain on a benefit by changing the definition of a work gap. Again, all this shows is that this government does not care about our poorest. If they did, they wouldn't be pursuing this bill. If they care about people in precarious employment, actually the kind of employment that many people likely will go to from being on the benefit, they would not be cancelling all the pay equity deals that were being worked through. The government can have it both ways. They can't both say that work is the pathway out of poverty and then undermine those very same low-income workers that actually most likely will be people who were on the benefit shortly before this government came into power. They can't have it both ways, because where they're investing the most is on tax cuts for landlords, on military spending, but not on the things that people need to be well. This is a shameful, shameful bill that does nothing but increase poverty. And we already are seeing the evidence and other reports about the impacts of this government's policies. We have seen how material hardship for children is increasing. We are seeing how food insecurity for children under this government's watch is increasing. This government's decisions are literally making it harder for children to have what they need to be well. We're going to create a generation growing up in poverty without the opportunities to do well, and no one is buying the trickle-down economics that have been well debunked 40 years ago plus, that equates this idea that if we give more money to the rich, it will suddenly trickle down to people on the benefit and low-income workers. It's straight up factually incorrect. The Greens will keep campaigning to abolish all of the sanctions in this bill and more. all the financial sanctions that the government claims that we like. There is no place for benefit sanctions in a welfare system that is designed to support people into employment. I challenge members of the government to get out to the streets more and talk to people on the benefit, to actually engage with the kind of people who submitted to the select committee and told us they didn't like, because all I can see is the government members conjuring a beneficiary in their head that they never met, they never engaged, they never talked to, and they don't care about, to punish those who are in some of the toughest situations. I look forward for these members of the House to find themselves in a benefit after the election and to be subjected to the very same policies that they're putting through. And they will hopefully one day realize the damage that they have caused to generations across the country. The Greens will continue standing for taxing the wealthy few so that we can have a healthcare system that works for all, an income support system that lifts people out of poverty, and will continue fighting back against the policies of austerity and cruelty. I look forward to scrutinizing the government in the Committee of the Whole House as well about, for example, how their policies in relationship to obligation failure counts actually will simply just kick people off the benefit. And I also look forward to scrutinizing the government about how they even think that case managers will be making the correct decisions when we know right now almost 50% of people can't even have their benefit entitlements accurately assessed, because most of the safeguarding these bills rely on discretionary decision making that is not correctly happening right now. We condemn this absolute nonsense of a cruel bill, and we will keep fighting to ensure that this government doesn't get a second term.
Mr. Speaker.
Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise in support of this bill. This is actually one of the ACT National Coalition agreements. And firstly, I just want to thank the Select Committee for your diligent work. We had to split up into a couple of subcommittees to hear from all those that were submitting on this bill. And I think it'd be quite appropriate to acknowledge what the previous speaker was saying around those that submitted and those who support or don't support the bill. Well, guess what? Who pays beneficiaries in New Zealand? The taxpayer. And what are the taxpayer often doing? They're out there working hard. They're out there making money for their families. And I think that a lot of taxpayers that are propping up and playing, they are beneficiaries. Beneficiaries pay tax. But do you know what? At some point of time, when you accept money from the state, that comes with obligations. Having a job comes with obligations. We can't just not show up for work, although some of us in this house seem to think that's okay. But we don't show up. We can't just not show up for work. Every day people need to get up and get ready, get out the house and do the grind. How is it unreasonable to expect those that are receiving money to have to adhere to some kind of obligations? I think is absolutely outrageous. Attending a seminar, attending a work seminar, having a job seeker profile, this is the bare minimum that you should be doing if you are on a benefit. I 100% want to talk about the bill because I think it's important. This bill is going to be, the aim is to reduce those that are on the job seeker, to support people into employment. It is to reduce costs to the government by decreasing benefit numbers. It's going to reinforce expectations on beneficiaries to work where appropriate. Those who can work should be working. This in no way diminishes those very real people that are unable to work. Those with disabilities, those with chronic health conditions, those people that are genuinely unable to work, they should be taken care of. And I think there is a place for and a role for the state. And I think a lot of people can agree that we should be taking care of those people. But if you can work and you are not working and you at the moment only have to apply once in a 52-week period to stay at home potentially, it's absolutely outrageous. A 26-week period to have to renew, getting on the phone, filling in forms, these are very minor little things that you need to do in order to actually go ahead and take this money from the rightful taxpayer, should I say. Money management. So what is money management? This is a type of sanction that will only apply to about 3% of those people that are receiving the benefit that aren't actually meeting their obligation. Because I do want to thank those beneficiaries that are meeting their obligations, because quite a few of them are. But I think if we think about this, is it fair that if we do not meet some of those obligations that we say, hey, look, I think there are better ways of doing this. Maybe we should be paying your rent for you. Maybe we should be making sure all the bills are paid. I 100% think that this is a good policy. I think that those hard-working Kiwis out there want to support people. They want to give people a hand up, and they want to support people that do find themselves in a really unfortunate position. But at the same time, they want to make sure that their money is being well respected. I commend this bill to the House.
Tanya Ukowicz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Social Security Amendment Bill. Also being on the Social Services Committee, I would like to say that it was a very, at times, emotional and passionate time listening to the submitters. I want to acknowledge all of my colleagues in the House who were on the committee with me. Even though there was passion at times, it was still done in a very respectful manner, which is the way it should be done. And to the submitters who submitted, I know that many of them struggled to submit. It was a very emotional submission, and it takes a lot of bravery to stand and do that. So I just want to acknowledge them. Just look very briefly, this bill, it is in alignment with New Zealand First's policy of believing in a hand up rather than a handout. And whilst we really believe that people need to be helped in our community, we also know that we need to look at long-term rewards for individuals, personal responsibility, to be able to encourage people to find it in themselves to get out there and make their lives better if they can, and also keeping the country in mind when we do that. We feel that this is a balanced approach, and whilst it does create passion and emotion in the discussion, it needs to be said at times that we do want to encourage personal responsibility with individuals. And I know that some may find that hard to hear, but it is something that we really do as a party believe in. We feel that that encourages not only fairness but responsibility, and it will hopefully break this long-term cycle of dependency which does sometimes stick. So I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
5-minute split call, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kia ora, tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou I te whare. It's less of a pleasure and mostly of a duty to stand and have a crack at this ridiculous nonsense called the Social Security Bill. One would think that when it's called Social Security, that those things are actually present in the mind and what you come up with, but frankly, it is completely the opposite to that. There's nothing social nor secure about this. This bill erodes basic human rights. Why do I talk about it in this way? Because I've worked in this sector. I know this sector from the ground up. I've worked in the social sector and health sector for too long to recognise that this will work against us and create far more harm than need be. In the actual select committee process, I'd like to say it was passionate, but it was more than that. It was depressing, it was confronting, and it was... it's hard to show respect to a process when the ideas and the ideology that's running through is loaded with bigotry, ignorance, and absolutely no sense of reality. So, yeah, but I recognise some of the discussion before, as painful it is to listen to. I want to share these thoughts. During the submission process for this bill, we received a particularly confronting piece of testimony from one organisation. Through their submission, the voice of a young person experiencing homelessness in Tāmaki was shared, someone who had tried to engage with MSD for support. He rangatahi ia. Koinei wana kōrero. I was asking MSD for help. It made me always feel like SHIT. They don't help me half the time. It feels like they aren't listening. I hate it. It makes me feel alone. These words should have stopped that committee and asked them to change their mind, and should stop every person in the House right now in their tracks, in their fast track, and getting something back on track. Because while we were hearing this submission, this young person whose experience was shared with us was lying in state. To their whānau and to the community, still still holding the pain of that loss, I want to acknowledge that grief. It is likely still to be very raw and still unanswered and still unmet by any action from this House and those on the left of this House sitting next to me. This is not just a bill, it is about the real life cost of systems that fail our people tremendously daily and minute by minute. This House failed that young person. And this bill will deepen that failure. These are not just administrative tweaks, as they suggest it is. These are policies that continue to cause harm. Whether it touches you, it's likely that it doesn't, because when I'm listening to the nonsense earlier, I'm like, well, just because it doesn't touch you and you don't get it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't harm the rest of our whānau in our communities. This bill is a stain on the voices of rangatahi, on single mama and papa, on whānau with disability, on Māori and minority communities. You might not recognise any of those words, but you need to read more, koutou mā. All of whom came forward in the submissions and told you to change your mind. Think about this. Think about this. If this place is about, the test of good ideas, Mr. Speaker, frankly, there are too many that are poor ideas that are not tested, that are not understood in reality and cause more harm. But that's what privilege does. Privilege, particularly white privilege, it blinds you to the reality of people, of many, many family and whānau. So I want to make those points. Passing this bill won't just ignore those voices, it will reinforce the very experience that drove some to lose hope entirely. So this government has shown, and I've no doubt will show in the upcoming budget, that they are business orientated and money focused, and the suffering of people is just better for the economy and it's better for business, but not for whānau, not for whānau in Taitokoro, not for whānau in Tairāwhiti, not for whānau Māori, not for whānau e Hauareana, but to these nonsense voices to the left of me, you don't know what you don't know. So you remain in your seat of ignorance and privilege, and shame on you, because it'll come back to haunt you. Mr. Speaker, this bill must be condemned. I despise it with all my might, as does Pāti Māori. Kia ora tātou. Thank you. Stop nattering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to bring to your attention the member who's just resumed his seat was bringing you into the debate.
Well, I just thank you.
Point of order, Winston, whenever.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa to oppose in the strongest terms the Social Security Amendment Bill. This bill is not about dignity, it's not about evidence, and it's certainly not about supporting people into meaningful employment. This bill is about punishment. Punishment dressed up as reform, designed to make life harder for people already struggling under the weight of systemic inequality. During the Select Committee process, we sat and listened to hundreds of voices, submitters who took their time, many of them with lived experience, to share their truths. People living on the benefit, disability advocates, child wellbeing organisations. Over 97% of submissions oppose this bill, and 3,413 out of 3,499 submitters. Only 19 submitters submitted in support. Yet here we are again, debating legislation that ignores the overwhelming weight of public feedback. CCS Disability Action warned us, quote, "The sanctions that are being proposed will cause direct harm to disabled people and their families. It will result in those receiving government assistance being unable to buy food, pay for housing, afford medical treatment and other basic necessities in the midst of a cost of living crisis," end quote. How can any government with integrity ignore that? We heard from Save the Children, who raised a deeply concerning impact on disabled people who are forced to rely on job seeker support because barriers prevent them from accessing the supported living payment. They said, quote, With the proposed changes forcing disabled people to reapply for the benefit every 6 months, this group will be further detrimentally impacted by the additional doctor's fees required to prove that this person is still eligible because maybe they don't have their disability anymore. This is cruelty by design. This is bureaucracy wielded as a weapon. Let's be clear, the measures in this bill, compulsory money management, increased reapplication burdens and so-called community work experience are not about employment. The Minister was asked repeatedly to provide evidence that these sanctions led to better outcomes. She could not, because that evidence does not exist. What does exist is the Welfare Expert Advisory Group's advice. Their report told us sanctions do not work. In fact, they increase material hardship, reduce trust in the system, and worsen outcomes for children. But instead of listening to the experts, the government has chosen ideology. Instead of working with communities, you are punishing them. Let's talk about this so-called non-financial sanctions. When a person is placed under compulsory money management or community work sanctions, they lose access to hardship assistance. That's not non-financial. That's people being unable to pay for food for their children, pay rent, or get to a job interview. That's a financial punishment with real-life consequences. This bill will hurt disabled people the most.
Enough conversations across the House.
Already navigating barriers across health, housing and employment. We heard from submitters that many are on the wrong benefit already, facing job-seeking obligation that they should never have been subjected to. Instead of addressing those systemic failures, which the government could have chosen to do, this bill piles on more obligations, more sanctions and more barriers. The Green Party has long called for a welfare system rooted in trust, not suspicion. I'm proud to be able to help people in need. And I think that most New Zealanders would take the shirt off their back to help their neighbour. So why don't we as a government actually act with that integrity and support people who are vulnerable, children who aren't getting fed, and disabled people? We want to see the recommendations of the Welfare Expert Advisory Group implemented. We want to see sanctions abolished. We want income support to lift people out of poverty. The Select Committee heard these voices. The government just chose not to listen. The Green Party recommends this bill be discharged immediately.
The time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 2 p.m.